How we doing, everybody? Welcome back to the Sean Atwood channel. I'm Ron Swanson, and we're back for day 3 of the Diddy trial. And it's raining pretty bad today in the live feed. Now, just bear with me. I just want to ping the link out to a couple of people, and we'll see where we're at today. Good morning. What is this? Oh, Paula sent me some links here. One second. Second live. All right. So TMZ releases never seen before footage of Diddy and Cassie celebrating 48th birthday in Mexico. That's a 4-minute bit. We'll wait till Paula's here. We'll have a look at that. But I hope everyone is doing well this morning. What I want to do, I do have a packed lunch today. Yes, I do have a packed lunch today. So we're about to put in a coffee order as well. So we're good. We're good. Now, I want to just go back to yesterday to where we'd gotten up to lunch, where they went to lunch yesterday here. So I just want to sort of speed run yesterday. Throughout her morning of testimony, Cassie Ventura kept her composure mostly, but bloated her eyes and nose. Oh, blotted. Jesus. With a tissue at times, although she did not appear to be crying. Hang on a second. Sorry, everybody. Go. There we go. She's not being crying. She sometimes took pauses and breathed heavily between questions. Jurors watched her closely throughout. When she entered the courtroom, Sean Combs turned to watch her. She appeared to have no interest in returning his gaze. It was the first time the pair had seen each other in person since Kim Porter's funeral in 2018. As she walked down the aisle of the gallery, Ventura looked straight ahead and walked past the defense table, wearing a brown half-length turtleneck dress and visibly very pregnant. Ventura smiled at the prosecutor, Emily Johnson, before taking the witness stand. Sean Combs appeared to be watching his former girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, closely throughout her morning testimony without much reaction, aside to his attorneys. But Combs looked at the juror for a few seconds as Ventura detailed for the first time he kissed her in the bathroom in Las Vegas hotel suite during the celebration of her 21st birthday. When Cassie Ventura when Cassie Ventura filed her November 2023 lawsuit against her former boyfriend, Sean Diddy Combs, her story of exploitation and abuse became a roadmap, charting a course of dozens of people to come forward with their own allegations of SA against one of the most powerful music producers in the world. Though Ventura reached a settlement the day after her complaint was filed, her lawsuit marked the beginning of what would be the Me Too music, become a Me Too music reckoning of sprawling proportions. Lawyer attire and accessories are pretty remarkable. A reliable mix of neutral cardigans, blazers, and collared shirts. Brian Steele, one of Sean Combs' lawyers, stands out with his hot pink water bottle, which has been toting around the courtroom. Throughout the start of Cassie Ventura's testimony, which is about to resume, family and other supporters of Sean Combs showed little reaction to some of the more sensitive things she testified about. Several times, Combs' late ex-girlfriend Kim Porter was mentioned by a witness. Some of the adult children Porter shared with Combs were in the room and remained dispassionate. Court is back in session, and Cassie Ventura is back on the witness stand, and now with a long coat on. Judge Aaron Subramanian asked If she was a bit cold, Ventura nodded. Can confirm that the courtroom can be quite chilly. The judge said we would try to do something about the temperature. Cassie Ventura is testifying that her control-obsessed ex-boyfriend, Sean Combs, was intensively involved with her appearance throughout their relationship, making comments and demands daily. She said Combs would tell her that I looked too Mexican with my hair like that, or needed to have my nails done a certain way. Ventura told the jury that she and Combs discussed whether she would get a certain type of surgery, and that her look during the freak off session was especially important to him. Some days he would want me to be really sexy and be his woman. Other days, she testified. Cassie Ventura is now being asked about Sean Combs' associates. She mentioned Christina Coram and Tony Fletcher, who were trusted Combs' assistants. She is also being asked about the members of the Combs security staff earlier. Ventura testified that Combs employees would track her down when she had tried to avoid the hip hop executive. Cassie Ventura told the jury that she saw Sean Combs keep handguns in safes in his homes. She recalled a freak-off party where Combs learned his rival, Suge Knight, was at a nearby dinner and left with a posse to find him. Ventura said she was scared of what they would do, but they soon returned to the house. Other items Cassie Ventura said she saw in Sean Diddy's safe: cash, jewelry, videotapes, and SD cards. Interesting. Cassie Ventura Ventura was asked to recall when Sean Combs first proposed the freak-offs to her, which she testified about in the morning. She said she had raised the idea of voyeuristic sex parties after he began physically abusing her. Sean Combs arranged the first freak-off that Cassie Ventura participated in. According to her testimony, I understand to be a dancer, Ventura said, referring to the male escort whose photos were being shown in the jury as she spoke. He was paid to entertain, to dance, and to have intercourse with me, she said. She added that substances and alcohol were present at the sex party held in LA. LA home Combs was renting at the time. Asked how she felt after the first freak-off, Cassie Ventura answered, I was high, so there wasn't much feeling. She said, I felt a mixture of dirty and confusion, but at the same time, he was really happy with me and I did something right. I didn't know what was going to happen after that, Ventura said. Cassie testified that Sean Combs involved her in the freak-offs weekly for a consistent amount of years, from early in their relationship until about 2017 to 2018. He said that Combs provided substances and called all the shots, choreographing everything from her positions with escorts to the lighting in the room. These performances went on for hours, she added. And when she wanted them to stop, and even when she wanted to stop, she was scared too. What's happening, Uber? I'm just powering through these, and then I'll be grabbing everybody on Discord, and we'll be cracking on with today's updates. Cassie, and again, this is just where we left off yesterday, but I really want to make sure we get through all of this. Just because it's Cassie's, I really want to make sure we read through this. Cassie Ventura said it would be possible to remember every freak-off. It would be impossible to remember every freak-off she participated in because of the frequency of the events and the substances used. It just felt like it was all good for it was all I was good for to him. Ventura said, her voice breaking, I was humiliated. Ventura began crying as she recalled feeling good about getting one-on-one time with Sean Combs during the parties, which would last for 2 or 3 days at a time. It was the only time I could get with him, Ventura added. She said she would sometimes try to talk to him out of the freak-offs, always taking care to use a gentle voice because she didn't want him to feel judged. Cassie Ventura asked explicitly who she wanted to have sex with. I wanted to have sex with Sean. Did you want to have sex with the escorts? Prosecutor Emily Johnson asked. No, Ventura replied. This has been a very emotional part of Ventura's testimony. She has paused and dabbed tears from her eyes, and her voice is still hoarse and tight. That Cassie Ventura referred to Sean Combs as Pop Pop was first mentioned in her lawsuit against him, which she filed in November 2023. Ventura explained the origin of the nickname again on the stand. Ventura wanted to refer to Combs by the name no one else called him. Combs then asked what she used to call her grandfather. Ventura recalled it was Pop Pop. Combs then asked Ventura to refer to him that way, she said. Nothing weird about that at all. When Cassie Ventura tried to tell Combs she was not a fan of the Freakoffs, her longtime boyfriend berated her, according to her testimony on Tuesday afternoon. Ventura said she would backpedal, and at the point for fear of disappointing Combs, jurors were shown a series of 2010 emails between the couple, starting off raunchy and playful before turning into arguments about whether Ventura would want to participate in future Freakoffs. Cassie Ventura is now being asked very specific and graphic details about how the Freakoffs were set up and who helped set them up. Ventura said the Freakoffs were very choreographed experiences conducted by Sean Combs. They happened in hotel rooms in New York City, Atlanta, LA, Miami, Turks, and Psychos, and Ibiza. I feel like I should know that word. And Ibiza. The hotel reservations were made under aliases: Jackie Starr for Ventura, Frank Black, or Frank White for Combs. It is worth noting that Frank White is a nickname Combs' former artist, the late notorious B.I.G. first adopted. Oh, that's the wrong way. Rodney Jones, producer of Sean Combs' latest album, who was sitting in on the trial, has alleged in a separate civil lawsuit against Combs that he was aware of the Freakoffs, naming associates who were allegedly recruited for and participated in the SEX acts, as well as others alleging in the charge of securing Combs' shim-shams and pew-pews. The defense, prosecution, and judge are now having a sidebar. A lot of the details of prosecutor Emily Johnson has sought in part of the testimony feel a bit repetitive. She is asking Cassie Ventura, the brand of lube and baby oil used, Johnson's per Ventura, and how it was used. The defense has objected. Judge Aaron has called a short break until 3 p.m. Eastern time. Last week, prosecutors mentioned that their witness, Cassie Ventura, would need frequent bathroom breaks. A reminder, she's very pregnant. That may be why the judge ordered a break, but this has also been very difficult testimony to listen to. Earlier, the government had asked Ventura for more details about the Freakoffs, who made the decision regarding the lube, the colors used during the Freakoff, and whether candles were laid out, who chose the candles, and what temperatures the room was set. In each instance, Ventura said it was Combs. Linens would also be laid out to protect the furniture. Ventura said Combs would direct escorts to take the wee-wees on Ventura and would make her participate in these Freakoffs well on her time of the month. Miss Ventura, did you want to be urinated on? The government asked. No, Ventura responded. It was not discussed beforehand, she said, but happened because it was a turn-on for Combs. That's the lady from the Soft Boy Underbelly interview. Interesting. In late 2002, well before Sean Dooney Combs got into real trouble, a man in LA approached Tiana Wallace with an offer. The man was a scout for the Soft Boy. Oh, there we go. Soft Boy Underbelly. A photographer Mark Lay's YouTube channel of people struggling with the issues of abuse and addiction. Wallace, an inspiring singer who sometimes made money doing SEX work, took up on his offer for £300 for sitting for his camera. Yeah. If you've not seen that, you want to go watch that. That's a banger. The court has started again with Cassie Ventura back on the stand. Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson is asking her for details on how male escorts were solicited and picked to participate in Freakoffs. Ventura said that she would contact dancing and stripping services, then show Combs images of potential male escorts for his approval. Oh, man. I don't know why it feels weirder that she's been told to go and pick them all herself. I mean, the whole thing's weird. Male escorts and Freakoffs were typically paid between $1,500 and $5,000 or $6,000. Paid between $1,500 and $5,000 or $6,000. At the end of the session, Cassie Ventura testified. Hang on a second. Sorry, my eye is an itchy boy today. Cassie Ventura testified. Actually, where are the eye drops? God damn it. They're here somewhere. Never mind. Okay. In a session, Cassie Ventura testified that she and Sean usually handed her the cash, which she gave to the escorts. Cassie Ventura is being asked about individual escorts, which names she knew them by, how they were hired, where they were hired, and where they traveled to. One person whose real name she didn't know, she called the Punisher. Images of the escorts were simultaneously being shown to the jury. All of the photos so far shown are Black or Latino men. Cassie Ventura used substances during every freak-off, she testified, because she needed mental distance as she engaged in a host of unwanted sex activities with strangers. It was disassociative and numbing, she said. I couldn't imagine doing any of that without having some sort of buffer. She told the jury that Sean Combs and his staff provided her with substances of all sorts for these emotionless ordeals, including all of these things. She said whatever was the substance of choice at that point. Cassie Ventura, who was visibly emotional on the stand early in the day, is now speaking in a flat, low voice with no real variance. She's not talking about how she felt or recalling specific events, and the government hasn't asked her to during this portion of her testimony. Ventura is mostly being asked logistical details about the freak-offs, such as what services and people she reached out to, what substances were used, and how those substances were dispensed. The government has also asked her to walk through the various emails and text exchanges planning the event. Cassie Ventura said she would often get sick and vomit after taking the substances, especially this one and that one. If she got sick in the middle of a freak-off, he said Sean Combs would push her to continue having sex. The court is taking a quick break. Cassie Ventura's request, she stood up from the chair and stretched her hands on the small of her back, remaining standing as the jury shuffled out the courtroom. Testimony will resume in a few minutes. Several civil SA lawsuits against Sean Combs mention the same substances Cassie Ventura has testified about using during the freak-off party. Some plaintiffs alleged that they attended industry parties where guests were offered that one. In one complaint, former model Crystal McKinney alleged Combs had laced a jazz cigarette he gave her with an intoxicating substance. Complaints initially filed by Texas attorney Tony Busdy, who is involved in dozens of lawsuits against Combs, alleged that the producer and his employees regularly laced drinks of unsuspecting victims with this and this. Music producer Rodney Jones alleged he has witnessed Combs' staff distributing substances, including this and this, to Combs' guests during a party. Cassie Ventura described for the jury the order in which Sean Combs expected things to happen during a freak-off. The parties kicked off with a mandatory discussion of each other's nude bodies, she testified. This led to oral, the use of body oil, and the more explicit events. Ventura said it was an awkward and pretty humiliating to talk to Combs about an escort's appendage, but she expected it. This is wild. This is wild. In the beginning, Cassie Ventura testified that Sean Combs' freak-off parties were recorded on video cameras, then on cell phones, and as other personal electronic devices, both his and hers. Ventura recalled telling Combs that she didn't want to be recorded. She felt insane about it at first, she testified. She replied that recordings brought him enjoyment after the parties had ended, she said. Ventura said that she would watch the videos with Combs, usually while they were having sex. She said she's also saw the videos as she was trying to delete them from her phone. We've circled back to the security footage famously aired on CSN last year of Sean Combs beating and dragging Cassie Ventura in the halls in LA in a hotel in 2016. Ventura testified that the beating took place the only time she tried to leave a freak off before it was over. Jurors have already seen a version of the footage, but prosecutors are likely to begin asking Ventura about the details. Cassie Ventura said in 2016 the hotel beating took place a couple of days before she was supposed to attend the premiere for the film A Perfect Match, which she starred in. Prosecutors presented the text exchange between Ventura and Sean Combs, in which she expressed a fear at the freak-off would mess her up before the event, but she testified she was worried that Combs would just make it miserable for me if he didn't comply. So we went to the freak-off and still made the premiere. She said she wanted to enjoy something she had worked really hard on. Cassie Ventura was asked why she stayed on the floor when Sean Combs... Oh, man. That is just... Cassie Ventura was asked why she stayed on the floor when Sean Combs kicked her at the elevator back during the 2016 hotel. And she stayed on the ground, she said, because it felt like the safest place to be. Like any other place other than a courtroom, and the person asking that is getting bitch slapped in the face for saying that. Cassie Ventura was barefoot when she fled Sean Combs' 2016 freak-off at the LA hotel room. She testified that she said she was putting her shoes on by the elevator when Combs appeared wearing nothing but a towel, threw her to the ground, kicked her, and punched her. She said she'd been trying to get through. She was trying to get through the freak-off in decent shape for her up-and-coming film premiere. She said, the next thing I knew, I was thrown to the ground, Ventura said, as security footage of the incident played in the courtroom. After he hit me, I saw the result of it. I knew I had to get out. Ventura told the jury at another point. The prosecution questioning Cassie on Tuesday. The prosecution questioning of Cassie Ventura on Tuesday at times felt slow, winding, and repetitive. That may have been so she could end her testimony for the day, recalling the 2016 hotel beating at Sean Combs' hands. These images will be the last one the jurors see before they head home for the evening. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. After the jury was asked, the prosecutor was need half a day tomorrow to finish questioning Cassie Ventura. The court yet resolve the issue, and therefore goes part of the jury will be made available to the media, which the government wants the jury to see. The court has not yet resolved the issue of whether the freak-off videos in which the government wants the jury to see will be made available to the media. The videos involve Ventura and two other alleged female victims who are using pseudonyms in the court. Oh, gee, this is going to get mad. This is going to get mad. A lawyer representing the multiple news organizations, including the Washington Post, and the proposed making of the videos available to a small group of reporters. The government strongly objected to this. Right, we're almost through all these. The government argued that there was an obvious risk to re-victimization in showing the freak-off videos to the press, even if only to a small group of reporters. Judge Arun Subramanian is still reviewing the issue. We may not know what the court decides until the trial resumes on Wednesday morning. We did it! Yes! Right. Let's refresh. We did it. Freaking did it. Right. Okay. So, how we doing, everyone? Hope you're all having a great morning, afternoon, wherever you are. Where is Discord? There is Discord. Right. So, also sending positive vibes to you, Nana Psychoville, having to put your doggo to sleep. I'm very sorry. Very sorry to hear that. Right. Okay. So if anyone would like to come and join me on the Discord is open. Whatever it's called, the call-in server. I read all that without coffee. Good job, Ron. Yeah, Ron's about to order a massive coffee. Ron's eye is on one today as well. In fact, let me just do this for a second. All right. Okay. Right, Kaza, you're in. Right, that's good. So, obviously, hearing what the impressions were about the pace in which Cassie was interviewed, and they're obviously made the point that it felt like they wanted to end the day with those images. That makes a lot of sense. Like a lot of sense to me. That how we doing, Shane? How we doing, my G? That they would do that because I mean, look, that's going to be some pretty powerful imagery to go home with. Like it's just insane. I mean, we've all speculated for what, almost a year on the Diddy case, and hearing it, like actually hearing it, like what that poor woman went through. You know, good morning, Stacey. Good morning, Sky Spirit. Good morning, Rosie, Jeanette, Bailey, Shane, Mr. Mac, Mrs. Mac, Helena, Jojo, Jillian, Chantel, everybody. My G, Kaza, Alm, Sophia, what's happening? Wait, who is that? Who is that little rascal? Imagine that. What is happening, my guy? Like, it's one thing, right, to have, I don't know, one partner who's into something way more than the other partner when it's on like a normal person level, right? And you know yourself, we've all sort of, you know, done things with partners that, I don't know, we might have never have thought of ourselves or experienced things for the first time and all this kind of stuff. Sometimes you might like them, sometimes you might not. But it's usually in a very private setting, and those moments come and go, and you sort of grow as a human from these, you know, discovering your likes and your not likes. But to be 22 years old and to be pumped full of substances and then being given a bunch of homework to go and book some men off the internet to come and be puppets for your partner's insane sex desires. Like that is mad. And I'll tell you something else, right? I'll tell you something else. When you apply a billionaire's budget to it, the scare factor goes way up, because with that level of money becomes this added lack of accountability. You know, because when you can just buy your way out of everything, like Diddy's done up until now, allegedly, you can see where the God complex and this insane mindset that he has comes from. It's freaking bonkers. Uber, are you there?
I'm here, mate. How are you?
I'm very, very well. I tried to move everything today, right?
Did you?
Yeah, let me I'll turn the camera back on a second, right? Look at this. I thought I could be really smart. Right? Do you see the table there with the monitor pointed over this way?
Yeah. Over your left shoulder, yeah.
Yeah, so that's where I thought I was going to be doing the live from, until I realized that I didn't have enough plugs over there for the mic and all of the other bits. Because
I can't believe you've got a couch in your study. My place ain't big enough for a couch. I've got a study, but I can get a little corner one in there.
In the what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is just the east wing of my house. The study is in the west wing of my house, right? In the steeple, darling. It's in the steeple.
Not even the penthouse, yeah.
Nah, mate, this is just the living room. I don't have a freaking... I don't have luxury rooms. You've got luxury rooms. That's what you've got. You got bonus room.
It's the most important room in my house, mate. Apart from the kitchen, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah. I just need a small warehouse outside that just stocks like chairs. That's it. It's a chair factory. It's true. Right, yeah, still no new updates. That is fine. Let me just check on the live feeds here. Also, Ron is sitting up way too high.
What time's the court case meant to start today then? Same time as yesterday, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine it's started. Oh, hang on, that's the wrong button. This one. So 6:45 a.m. Cassie set to continue testifying on Wednesday after taking to the witness stand. And Cassie testified. Yeah. Okay. So we're still waiting. Right. Let me go back over here. Right. Uber. What's happening? Did you watch any of the live coverage yesterday? Did you?
I did.
You did, right? So did you have any other points that maybe your spidey sense was tingling on with any of our other updates, just to trigger the side chat early today?
Not that I can remember. I mean, I just I think I put everything out there yesterday that I could see.
Yeah. Okay.
I haven't seen anything more than that since. So.
All right. Okay. Sweet. So it is shocking, and I imagine it's only going to get more shocking. But them talking about playing some of the tapes, it must. Does that? And this is going to sound really messed up, so please don't take it how it sounds. But that's got to give us all hope that they're going to get like videotape playing happy, right? Because they seized a lot of encrypted data. They seized a lot of hard drives. They took a lot of stuff out of his house. Do you think that this could be the start of a long series of Danny Henderson? What is happening? Oh, Danny, I'll give you a call or a message today.
Oh, I know who Danny is.
Freaking legend. That's who she is.
Yeah.
But yeah, Stacey, come and join us. We've got Pamela Lam, who is just getting dragged in here. Pam, are you there? Oh, it's Pam.
I was, yeah.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I was just chatting to Casa.
Oh, you just chatting to Casa. That's all right. I'll put you back up there, Pam. But we just want to say you're very welcome here and hope you're having a great day.
No. I don't mind saying something.
Do it,
about
Pam.
it.
Hit us with
It
your
depends
knowledge.
Huh?
I'm saying hit us with your knowledge.
Who, me?
No, not you, Uber. I'm talking to Pam.
I was going to say you broke up.
Not
I
you.
just heard the last bit.
All right, yeah, Pam.
Uber.
Tell us your views on this, Pam. What do you think?
What so far?
Yes, Pam.
I think that it's definitely good that they had Cassie on, because a lot of what she's been through, like, people don't actually know, and actually to see her, to kind of
I can't hear.
explain it.
Yeah.
It's good that people are getting to know. It wasn't it wasn't just about what happened in the hotel room. It's about how he treated her for the whole 10 years that she was with him.
Well, it's this pattern of behavior, right? It's the coercion, it's the substances, and again, we said this yesterday. We often don't think about how being bought a beautiful fancy apartment and having all of your bills paid for is an isolation because it comes with all of these bells and whistles. And clearly that was what was going on. And when you then add on to that if she was to try to go anywhere, his security guards would follow her. I mean, it was 100% a very high budget version of the classic grooming tactics.
Yeah, and because it was almost like she was in prison, like she couldn't go anywhere, she couldn't do anything. He needed to know every single thing that she was doing. And what I find really strange is, like, for example, when she was having to be involved with the freak-offs.
Yeah,
it's strange that Diddy never wanted to get his hands dirty. It would always be like, get her to do it, get her to arrange everything. And I think that's kind of like with like other people that, it's always like he kind of delegated everything. So and it's like, how crazy is it to have to do that? And she said sometimes it used to go on for like, I don't know, 72 hours or whatever that they were saying. I mean, the poor girl.
Yeah, it's. I mean,
But
don't get,
also,
don't get me
yeah,
wrong.
go on, Ken.
Yeah, Pam, it's one thing if you're both into that and you like, you know, Olympic level sessions, you know, that go on for
Yeah,
days. But again, she stated she felt like this was her first proper relationship.
yeah,
And then you got to add on. I mean, we all remember what it was like to be infatuated when we were younger by someone, right? But then add in the
yeah,
fact that it's Diddy, add in the fact that it's your boss, add in the fact that it's the guy that's paying your rent, and add in the guy who you own 10 albums to.
yeah. And but also that I think one of the reasons why she kind of stayed was he kind of not only blackmailed like her with regards to freak offs and everything, but also you know, he kind of promised to kind of work on her music.
Yeah.
So I think there was that as well to it. And also she was very young, very naive, and he had so much control over her.
Yeah.
It was crazy. Yeah, I mean, had so much.
Hang on one second. I think it all gets put in perspective pretty quickly for people when we get reminded how old Cassie was when she met Diddy, and just how people get reminded how old Cassie was like when she met Diddy, and just how get reminded.
Do me a favour, sweetheart. Can you mute your volume in the background, please?
Sorry.
Yeah, cheers for that. Yeah, nice one, Uber. Thank you, Uber. Sorry, everybody. I'm doing the technical stuff in the background here. I'm just sending a couple of messages for people that have asked to come on.
In other words, it's all going pear-shaped.
Nah, we're
Sorry, Uber.
Nah, we're okay.
No, you're right, sweetheart. It's no bit. I do it as well, so don't worry.
Yeah.
Uber just lied to you to make you feel
better. I just also say, you know, like at the time, you've also got to remember, I mean, Diddy was like really big then as well. Yeah. Like he was dealing with so many, you know, like singers, you know, he produced for a lot of people. So, you know, he had so much power. So it's like, if somebody like, for example, are saying you got the opportunity to work with Diddy, they're not going to turn that down.
Of course.
You know, of course. And he just
And that was like you said, he was massive then, but he was massive in front of the camera. Like we all knew him as massive. He's now entered into his like faceless overlord era, where he's behind the scenes and all the rest of it, and it's just harrowing when you read all of this. And
just listening to what you've read out, it's like, how did she even deal with it inside mentally? You know, she, like she said, she had to take drugs because that's the only way that she could most probably get through the freak offs.
Well, here's the thing, right? You're if you're not a substance abuser, if you're a recreational user, right? And then you go into a situation like the freak offs and you're using the substances at these freak offs to mask what is happening. She probably done herself. She's probably
not any favors.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, would you really want to remember everything?
No.
But then again, you got to remember as well, there's this level of, oh, well, I can trust Diddy. He wouldn't let anything bad happen to me, right?
Yeah, definitely.
You know what I mean? Do we really trust that once everybody else passes out, Diddy's not walking around with like a smoking jacket on and one of those fluffy white cats, like stroking it and doing like an evil genius laugh and about to get down for Freak Off Part 2? I don't know.
That's true.
You know?
I mean, we've seen him wearing a woman's wig, and you know, there have been pictures out there of him kind of dressed as I'm sure I saw one time where he had a wig on and he was like talking, and it was just weird. Just seeing him like that.
To say his behaviour was more than odd, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, right? Did anybody think he was odd up until all of this? Like there was rumors. There was like rumors and stuff, right?
There's nothing normal about him, in my opinion, bud.
See, I really hadn't been paying much attention, and like my impression of Diddy was like the 90s, growing up in the 90s and knowing who Diddy was, and then never hearing anything about him, and then it just all, and you heard rumors, you would hear rumors and you would hear the lore and all of that stuff, right? But then there was the shooting, and it almost felt like he had this gangster mentality. That's how I sort of left my interest in Diddy in the 90s. Was like, oh, okay, so maybe he's.
I think he just wanted people to be like scared of him.
Yeah.
Like he was some kind of big man. He could do whatever he wanted. Like you say, with regards to the shooting, it was like in his head, it's like, okay, somebody else will take the fall for me. It most probably, I bet he didn't even think about kind of the effect that it had on the lady that he shot, and then everybody just kind of going crazy in the club. But I think he just felt I just feel like he just felt like he was so untouchable that it didn't matter what he did. And also because he had blackmailed like every single body, that I think that's why he thought, well, no one's ever gonna say anything because I got this on them.
Yeah.
And they're gonna want that to come out. But obviously, I think he spoke too soon because Cassie kind of opened the door for everybody else to come out.
Yeah, 100% she did.
So really what she did was such a big thing. Otherwise, he would continue to have carried on doing what he was doing.
Am I right in thinking?
He is, Ron.
Oh yeah, on you go. No, on you go.
No, I was just going to say that most rappers are part of the gang culture.
Yeah.
It's part of that culture. It's not a black-white thing, Asian thing. It's part of that culture.
Yeah, but there's gangs and then there's being a gangster. They're different things.
I know that. And my point is that anybody that reads Desmond Morris will understand gang culture and that type of lifestyle.
Oh, I get that.
However,
I get that.
Understanding that type of behavior still doesn't excuse his behavior towards Cassie. That I don't understand and I can't justify.
No, 100%. 100%.
And I just don't get it. I do not get it. I can understand the rest of it, but not that.
Oh, there we go.
Like you say, it's just about control, power, control.
Oh, it is.
All that,
right. I'll never understand why people want to exert that much control. Even whether
because they can,
or even if you're not.
Because they can.
It's just because they can, though, Uber.
That's not good enough reason for me.
Yeah, but for him, it's like I can do whatever I want to do. I have the power to do it. He didn't give a crap about who's hurting, what he was doing. It was always just about him.
Yeah, that's what narcissists are like.
Yeah.
Not all narcissists beat the living daylights out of their 19, 20-year-old girlfriend up and down the hallway of a hotel.
Yeah, because she's trying to leave the substance-fueled orgy in a hotel room.
Yeah, not even for anything that she did particularly bad either, which wouldn't excuse it still, but she didn't even do anything that deserved it to justify him kicking off.
Yeah.
Not deserve it, because nobody deserves that. Sorry, your word's that wrong.
Yeah, I know. I hear what you're saying. 100%. Now, Queen Condor said,
"I'm glad you do, because I don't want you thinking I'm justifying that. No. I definitely ain't justifying that."
Queen Condor, can we please talk about when Cassie said Diddy made her carry a pew pew in her bag? I immediately thought of Natalia and how it supports her testimony of events. Well, I mean, it was J-Lo at the time with Netanya, but the same MO, if that's what you're saying. So yeah, I that's a great point. Yeah. It's repeating. What is it? Repeating activities. Is that the right word? I can't remember.
Yeah. And also because Cassie was so young, I mean, she must have been so scared, like him saying, okay, you've got to put this in your purse and we're going to go out. And, she's mostly scared that it's going to go off or that she's going to get caught with it. Because at the end of the day, if she had got caught with that, if she had got caught with the gun that was in her purse, like Diddy would have been off. He wouldn't have done anything, because at the end of the day, it wasn't him taking the risks. It was like he always had everybody around him doing all the the bad stuff.
Of course, but
kind of thing.
that's how the criminal pyramid works.
Mm.
You know, the one
And then he just sorry.
Yeah, the one at the top is furthest away from all of the.
Yeah.
Lenny, do you know what, mate? They're the only type of glasses that I've ever found that do the proper blue light cancellation. Like, I've got the colored lights behind me. If I turn them on blue and then put these on, it looks like all the bulbs are off. They are amazing. The problem is, Lenny, right? The lenses are what's doing all the work, and they're brilliant. Every other piece of these glasses has been made. It's like they've taken all the things you would want to make a good set of glasses and thrown them out the window and then made them in the worst way possible. If you breathe too heavily on them, these arms just fall off. I go through about a set of them every 6 weeks. There's just like piles of broken pairs of them all over the house. I need to get some super glue, actually. That would probably be the one. Do you know where Ali Arkin is? She's still missing. Well, the last thing that I had seen was Ali Carter had posted for, thank you, repeating behavior. Thank you. Repeating behavior. Oh, hang on a second. I've taken myself off track by reading Kaz's message for me to stay on track. It doesn't help. It doesn't help. None of that helps. Like, also, who the hell are you telling to stay on track, mate? Like, get back in line, hen. Get back in line. Fucking telling me to stay on track. If I'm having a conversation with myself, okay, that's none of your business. Okay? None of your business. What was I saying, though? I can't remember.
Well, did you know the Kaz is the boss?
I have conversations with myself and I still lose, mate. So you're doing well.
Yeah,
now.
it's all right. It's only because she's not in the room that I'm being so cheeky.
I still wouldn't answer.
They're on Amazon, man. They're on Amazon. I get really easy distracted. Yeah, I can't even remember what I was talking about now. You was asking for interviews a few weeks ago. Oh, she was like, that's right. So yeah, who was asking for interviews? Ali Carter. I put out a message. So I've sent her an email, because she was looking for platforms to come and basically tell more stories on. So we'll see. I mean, I can't imagine anything will come from it, but you got to shoot your shot with things like this.
Ron,
yo,
are we doing Jack and Liddy later on?
It depends on what the rota looks like today, mate. Because this is us until 6, and then I think Sean is here. I think I've got you penciled in for Friday for the Surviving Life episode.
Okay.
I think that's where hang on a second. Yeah, hang on 1 minute as well, everybody. I just need to check something.
Sure, he gets distracted well enough without my help, sweetheart.
Right, here we go.
Okay.
1 second, everybody.
Ron's a guy, he can't multitask.
No, I can.
I've got to say though, she deserves a hell of a big shout out for standing up and doing this.
Oh yeah.
I just can't get over how much nads that must have took. Still faking, because she's still doing it. You know, garnish or no garnish, she deserves respect for that.
All right. Here we go. Yeah, we just do things when we remember them, we do them. Otherwise, nothing gets done. Okay. Just reading the side chat now. Dun, 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 dun. Please do know I'm not laughing at Ron, but comedic. Listen, Ron laughs at Ron. Ron's pretty thick-skinned, my guy. You don't have to worry. And I'm not saying you are.
And experts reckon that being able to take the mickey out of yourself is a sign of higher intelligence. There you go.
I'm just not going to let myself get away with something. I'm not going to pull a fast one on me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to get away with that because I'm going to catch myself. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
You're
Okay.
a bit like me. You're your own worst critic.
Yeah. I'm definitely not a lunatic. All right.
No, your own worst critic.
Oh, yes. I heard that. Then I followed up with, I'm definitely not a lunatic. It's all good. Right, let's jump into some headlines because we're still waiting on some updates. If anyone would like to come and join us on the Discord server, you can come and give us your thoughts, your views, be part of it all. I will get you guys a link just now. One moment, please. And you guys can come and give us your points of view. Join the Discord call in the show. Point. There we go. Dids it. Now, let's have a look at headlines. Everything is just again covering yesterday's. And I do believe we're still waiting on an update. Camera for this live. Oh, there we go. It's back up now. There we go. I mean, nobody seems to be in a rush to get in there. like everyone's just so nonchalant. I've got coffees on the way. Actually, I ordered 2 massive coffees. What else did I order? I can't remember what I ordered. 2 massive coffees. Oh yeah, and a bacon roll. And that's got supplies in. Guys, I can't be on the Discord because I can't see who you were talking to. What? Are you talking about in the voice chat? Or are you just talking about generally? Because remember, the live call-in server is just for the call-in. If you're talking about the Legion server, then we might need to help you there because you should be able to see who you're talking to. It's tweeting. Okay, nice. Thank you. I've got that saved from yesterday. Let's cut over and see what's happening. So, where is his thread on all of this? 16 hours.
I couldn't find it yesterday, Ron. When you pinged me it.
Yeah,
that's what I was saying. I can't find any threads or anything.
It's definitely in here somewhere. I wish I knew how to work the internet.
It's hard work.
Unless, is it one of these things?
Do you remember what they said about the SpaceX rocket that blew up? Do you remember they said it was a unscheduled rapid deconstruction, didn't they?
Yeah. Unscheduled rapid deconstruction.
Brilliant, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
I suppose the Big Bang, the smoke and the flames were just pure coincidence.
Yeah.
It definitely looked like an explosion to me, mate, from where I was sitting.
Yeah. I can't see any updates there.
So this is day 3 of the actual trial, day 2 of Cassie's testimony. Cool, right.
Ron, you know what? Something I don't get is that Diddy always he felt the need to kind of abuse these women. Like when he was with Cassie, for example, he was seeing other people as well. So, and he was treating them really bad as well. It's like he had this thing that he had to,
of course,
like have his girlfriends, like the women that he was seeing, and obviously Cassie knew that he was cheating, like seeing various other women. But it's just also, if you listen to kind of their story, it's like the same in the sense that Cassie had to do a lot more, but he abused all these other women as well, and these other women were in love with him. Do you know what I mean? So they stayed with him, and I'm sure Cassie in her mind, she thought this was love for her, if you know what I mean.
Correct. Yeah.
Does that, does it make sense?
You can almost guarantee. In fact, I'll put money on it that his childhood was just seeing his mum treated the same way, his siblings and him treated the same way. No excuse, but that's part of an explanation. So it's textbook. So he's going to behave like that without intervention. But I can't say for her side because I don't have knowledge in that area. But yeah, I mean, he's a textbook kid of an abusive relationship.
Yeah.
Abusive parent.
And also he thought it was okay. Like, like what he learned from his mentors, they kind of passed it down to him. So,
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
And which is why also, like, for example, his sons, to them it's not a big deal because they've seen it,
Yeah,
and
which makes a good point. Learned behaviour, and it is learned behaviour. It's 100% what it is.
Yeah, side chat agreeing with you, Uber.
Yeah, he does what we all do, which is we do what works for us growing up as a kid. The same with deception. Oh, somebody's been living under a rock all this time.
Got to put up the equal balance, Post the pinned, past the pinned post though. Okay. I swear to God, I know how to work Twitter. Okay. There's the pinned post, and then it just hits me here. I promise I promise I'm doing it right. All right, let's see if anything's come out of the post yet.
Good morning, Ron.
Holy goddamn, Stacey, I forgot I brought you in here. How are you? Jesus, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm good.
So the update so far, they only started at 9:30 today. The update so far is that they're arguing over whether to use the freak off tapes in court and what they're going to show, who they're going to allow to see it. And also text message evidence as well.
Hot damn, spicy.
Yeah.
They're questioning Cassie right now. Click on the VC sometimes. It's in the comments. Okay, great point.
I'm wondering if they're into, or they're arguing about showing these tapes because of, mainly I would say, is because of the content. It's going to be so graphic. It could be disturbing to some people. They may need counselling afterwards, by the sound.
Well, the main thing with this is the press, and they, obviously, there's one side of the argument about how much is going to be publicized through the press, but the press is arguing, hey, the public has a right to know. The U.S. federal government is here to protect our interests, so the public has a right to know what's on those tapes.
Oh, so I think they're arguing over whether to show the public, not the jury.
Well, the public meaning the press that's in the courtroom.
Yeah.
Now, they could,
right.
if they want to avoid the press seeing it, they could take the jury in a separate room and show them the tape.
Yeah. Well, they'd probably do that then. I can see that happening.
Yeah. One thing I want to
allow that to be released if it's that graphic, are they?
Well, either way, thankfully in this situation, we don't have videos in the courtroom, so the press can talk about what they see if they allow, the press to see it. But the public isn't going to actually see any footage because there's no cameras there in the court.
Yeah.
The one thing I wanted to talk about before court gets started today is, it was really interesting, Ron. Yesterday, it really got disturbing after your live ended in court. And I thought to myself, man, with all of these details, I could see people getting lost in, where is this all going? And I think it's important to focus. I know you have a lot of people from all over the world listening. In U.S. law, sex trafficking is defined by recruiting, enticing, transporting, obtaining for the purpose of engaging in commercial sex acts. And with regards to adults, force, fraud, coercion is required for trafficking to be a federal offense.
We need to say transportation. We need to say transportation because of YouTube, and then we need to say S acts or SEX because that's the fun world we live in on YouTube.
Okay,
just so you know.
So, and the S acts have to be in exchange for something of value, including money, goods, and other benefits. And it's written in the law that victims' testimonies are sometimes inconsistent because of trauma from their experiences, but yet still admissible and a large consideration of these cases. So if we look back at what was shared in court yesterday, when Cassie spoke about trying to leave and basically, getting physically harmed. I'm trying to be politically correct for YouTube's sake, but being physically attacked for trying to leave, that right there shows force. And I think that's why they ended yesterday stating that, is to really drive home that force and control that Diddy had over her.
Mm. Well, I mean, the control was far beyond, I think, what we could even imagine. I mean, the concept of a controlling partner, some of us can relate to, some of us have lived through, some of us have experienced, some of us have witnessed, but the level of control with the album deal, the properties, the isolation, the love bombing, all of it, and her having to live straight out the door in a world where she knows she's not the only woman. I mean, it's beyond demeaning. And then to be dragged into these freak-offs against your will, to have your freaking mouth used as a urinal, like at 22, just because what? Your narcissistic, multi-millionaire boyfriend wants to record it all for his own, control, power, empire, whatever. Also, I just want to say to the side chat, if you believe that Diddy is innocent, you're still welcome here, just so you know. Just don't be rude. And yeah, it's not an echo chamber here. That one guy out of however many people who wants to be here gassing up Diddy, that's just your prerogative, my G. But listen, at this stage, can you guys give me some likes, some shares? Can we push this out? That would be really, really awesome, and I would appreciate it.
Some village is missing their video.
Yeah, there's always one, man. It's all right. You know what I'm saying? It's just a normal demographic of the public. All right. So a cross section of the public, I should say. Right. Let's just see.
Ron.
Yeah.
Did you see that there was an interview released with one of the S workers overnight? I believe, I forget what news station put it out. But essentially they interviewed an S worker who is currently incarcerated in Florida, and for completely unrelated to Diddy and any of this. But essentially, he had told the government or state police, I forget who, and the footage is available online, like 5 or 10 years ago, about this stuff that's now being talked about in court, because he witnessed it firsthand from his interactions with Diddy and Cassie. So the news station that got a hold of him did an interview with him from jail. And he, essentially reconfirmed the same things. And he said during the interview, which I thought was interesting, he became so concerned about Cassie's safety that he went to a spy store and got this small camera that was barely noticeable to essentially record. I don't know if it was strictly video or audio, but to record the sessions that he was there for, because he was concerned that Cassie would become, whether intentionally or unintentionally, unalived. because she would pass out and it was scaring him. And I was like, I was floored when I heard that because,
hang on.
you know, we heard.
Ron's just realized that the Washington Post are creating a new page every day for the Diddy updates. And I've been looking at yesterday's updates and refreshing those updates.
I know.
And we're actually
the same thing.
several updates into today. Wow. Okay. All right. So we are I'm just gonna power through all these. Sorry, Stacey. Do you want sorry, Stacey, you finish your point and then I'll power through these.
Sure. Yeah, so it was interesting to hear that not only did the S worker yesterday speak of being concerned about Cassie's safety and reaching out to basically check in with her, make sure she was okay, and to see her however he could to know that she was okay. And now we have another one from, you know, prior to that S worker who had the same concerns and even took action. And the S worker that had the interview with the news station yesterday, he said when Diddy found out about this footage that he had on this little spy camera or recording device, Diddy then made him sign an NDA and paid him $5 million to keep his mouth shut. And so, you know, not only do we have this footage from the S worker, his name is John Oddie, if anybody wants to look him up. Not only do you have a recorded, you know, recordings from these sessions, but there's also an NDA signed agreeing to what they paid him to keep quiet, which, as we all know, NDAs are completely invalid when there's criminal activity. So I would assume that the feds are going to get wind of this and possibly call him in.
Yeah. Hopefully. Like, I want to see a lot of people called in. Now,
yeah.
Seeing if that's my coffee. Right. We're going to power through these latest updates, everybody, and we'll get up to date right now. The line for day 3 of testimony in the Sean Diddy Combs trial started on day 2 with people queuing up outside Daniel Patrick Moynihan U.S. courthouse before court adjourned in the middle of Cassie Ventura's grueling testimony Tuesday afternoon. It is a much leaner line Wednesday morning than has been the last 2 days when it stretched to the end of New York City block that included Federal Complex. It's also a dreary day with rain steadily drizzling upon the subdued crowd. We're all waiting for proceedings to kick off. The press corps is still in droves. Since last week, the part across from the street, the federal courthouse, has been flanked with a row of tents under which clusters of televised cameras and crews. It has also been a hustler's paradise for one entrepreneuring man has been selling his spot in line to people eager to get into the courtroom. The going rate on Monday was $350. Now it's $200. What a legend. The trial estimated to last 8 weeks, and the Daniel Patrick Moynihan U.S. courthouse in New York City will not be publicly broadcast. Last week, prosecutor provided potential jurors with a list of 190 names, including celebrities and public figures, that could surface during the testimony. Oh man, could you imagine just sitting at home right now, knowing you're on the jury with all that information in your head? With proceedings now underway, here are the major players expected at court, including attorneys, potential witnesses, except from the full story. We won't have time for the full story. Singer Cassie Ventura, the star witness for the government's racketeering and SAX transportation case against Sean Combs, will be back at the stand Wednesday morning after a day of harrowing testimony on Tuesday that included detailed allegations of physical, and psychological abuse by the music mogul during a 10-year romantic relationship. The court started with Sean Combs arrived from lockup, once again dressed in light colors, and his family back in the court, taking their usual place in the second row behind the defense bench. The jurors are not in the room yet, and both sides are going over a few procedural matters. This is confirmed that Alex Fine, Cassie Ventura's husband, will need to leave the courtroom at certain parts of her testimony come up, specifically Ventura's allegations that Sean Combs arred her in 2018 after she attempted to break up with him. The judge decides who will see the freak-off videos. Singer Cassie Ventura, Sean Combs' ex-partner, and the star witnesses of the government's racketeering and transportation case against him is back on the stand Wednesday morning. Before she continues her testimony, though, the court has to resolve the important issue of whether Ventura and the jurors will be shown clips of the freak-offs, sex parties that Combe is accused of forcing Ventura and others to participate in. Oh, it's a chunky boy. The government wants the jury to see the videos, but also wants them sealed from the public, meaning reporters and others in the courtroom will have limited access, if any. On Tuesday afternoon, Assistant U.S. Attorney Maureen Comey argued that making the videos public would re-traumatize the alleged victims shown in them. Combs' attorney, Mark Agnifilio, asked what press could do with these videos if they could see them. Robert Balin, an attorney representing the group of news publications, including the Washington Post, filed a letter to the court on Tuesday arguing that given the central role of the videos may play in determining Mr. Combs' guilt or innocence in this case, victims' privacy and interest cannot overcome the public's powerful First Amendment interest in monitoring the judicial process. This is what Judge Oren Submarina will be weighing when he makes the final decision on how these videos will be shared on court on Wednesday. Some compromises have been put forward. Balin suggested having a pool of 3 reporters who would watch and listen to the video exhibits as they're being shown. Another possibly is only the jewelers relevant to the witness and defense attorneys will see the videos, but audio would be heard by others. There's arguably some value in hearing just the audio. The government has to prove that the Ventura and other alleged victims were coerced. Hang on a second. Where's Paula's just joined us? Where's the button? There we go. How are you doing, Paula? I'm just getting caught up with everything. I'm just getting. Hang on, that's my coffee just arriving. Just say hello to everybody, Paula. I'll be back in 1 minute. Let's get my coffee.
Hello, guys. I swear to God, Ron, I always come in right when he has to leave, doesn't he? Hello, guys. How are you? Did you guys watch yesterday's? Let me know.
Good morning.
Hello. Hello. Did you guys watch yesterday? What did you take out of what you watched yesterday?
Bernie.
Very disturbing.
Well, I spotted some bits and pieces in her testimony that concern me, but only little bits. Other than that,
all right,
that's what I'm looking at.
Right. Okay. I'm just gonna continue reading through these so we're caught up, and then we'll cut to see how Paula's doing, and then we'll crack on with the updates. So, Paula, I was on the wrong page and missed all the updates. I've been refreshing the wrong page. So I've seen all the updates. There is arguably some value in just the audio, which entails demonstrating that Combs was fully in control of the freak-off. This is in part why prosecutors have emphasized in court how Combs allegedly directed and tailored these events to his exact preference, and why they are repeatedly asked Ventura whether she wanted to do these things. In each instance, she has said no. Presumably, in hearing the audio, the press and others in the courtroom would hear Combs giving these directions. This promises to be an exceptionally difficult day of testimony. Okay. Quite a lot of back and forth going on right now about the Cassie Ventura will be cross-examined and with what material. Prosecutors, Maureen Comey has raised concerns that the defense will not turn over evidence that may be intended to show the jury its cross, which she says is unfair and contrary to the previous agreement. Included in the evidence are text messages between Ventura and Sean Combs. The defense is trying to show that Combs and Ventura had a mutually abusive relationship. When asked by Judge Aaron Subramanian, I'm going to say his name different every time, what she said, Comey replied, "I want their exhibits, Your Honor, and I want them now." Cassie Ventura is back on the stand. She's wearing a grey form-fitting turtleneck dress, very similar to what she wore yesterday, and a long dark jacket. The jury hasn't come in just yet. Oh, there's the family entering in today. Okay. Sean Combs' family arriving Wednesday, heavy rainfall, courthouse. Okay, no one cares. Right. Cassie Ventura's testimony is beginning with a thumb drive. Prosecutor Emily Johnson approached the witness stand to ask Ventura to identify it and asked if she is familiar with its content. And Ventura said she is. There is these aren't the drives that. Are these the drive? Where did these drives come from? Are these from?
Could be from the raid.
No, what the hell was the guy's name with the big massive glasses that we had on the channel? what was his name? Courtney Burgess. Burgess. Are these Burgess's thumb drives? There is a second thumb drive that prosecutor Emily Johnson is asking Cameron Ventura about. It holds content from Ventura's devices, including enhanced video images. Ventura has initialized it to indicate she's reviewed it. So maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, we did it. We're there. Aha! Yes. Okay, so we're at the top. That's us caught up now. Oh, in fact, let me just refresh this because that was 15 minutes ago. 3 minutes ago. Okay, we've got one more. 4 minutes ago. Okay, we're back. The government is now asking Cameron to review the hotel footage from 2016, which Sean Combs attacking her in the hallway. This is where the government ended its questioning of Ventura yesterday. The beating marks the only time Ventura ever tried to leave a freak off early, according to her testimony yesterday. We're not yet at the material found in the two drive the prosecutor has asked Cassie Ventura about. The prosecutor is asking Ventura to flesh out certain points from her testimony Tuesday, asked whether she fought back when Sean Combs physically attacked her. Ventura said she did early in their relationship. She said that she learned that doing so would make it worse for herself, that it would escalate the violence. Combs sometimes acted surprised and shocked when she fought back. Ventura said other times it would lead to more anger and frustration. All right. How we doing, Paula? How are you?
We're doing really great. Thank you, sweetie.
Good. So what's your take? I mean, yesterday, they sort of concluded that they thought that the reason that the questioning was so slow and repetitive was because they wanted to end with the shots of her, being beaten in the hotel corridor. Like, what was your take on yesterday, and how are you feeling about going into the day 3?
Well, it has nothing to do with what he's charged with. And I know I sound like a broken record, but that is DV. That has nothing to do with the racketeering charges. Yes, they have admitted to all of that. And I have one question. That guy, the escort, the guy that was there,
yeah,
why isn't he in jail? Because what he was doing was illegal. Being an escort or whatever, it is illegal. He was witnessing all this abuse and he didn't report it. That is illegal. That makes him an accomplice. I mean, why is he allowed to walk free out of that courtroom after? This is like saying, I'm a hitman. I kill people for a living. And you know what? I'm going to come and testify and then I'm going to walk out. That has nothing to do with the 3 charges that he's being charged with. Yes, he's a disgusting man. Yes. I sent you a clip that TMZ posted out about Cassie and Diddy on his 48th birthday. Everything so far, domestic violence clearly is not something that you consent with. But she hasn't said that that's domestic violence. That's a state crime. She hasn't said at any point that she didn't consent. She said, I just wanted to please him, which is a different thing than saying I said no, and he still did it.
I want to interject on that one.
Okay.
In her testimony late yesterday afternoon, she did advise the court that she told Diddy in a few instances that she didn't want to do these freak-offs. Yep. And she also, had to tread lightly with how she approached him because of the fact that he was so abusive towards her. She knew when she tried to say no, it would end up in a violent situation. And in regards to the charges, one of the charges that is being considered is S trafficking. Now, Paula, before you joined, I read the definition of S trafficking from U.S. law. And essentially what the federal government needs to prove, especially in regards to adults, is that there was force, coercion, essentially a lack of free will for those acts to be, for her to engage in those SX, okay? And it had to be in exchange for something of value, including money, goods, and other benefits. Now, as we all know, one of the benefits, quote unquote, that we can consider is the $10 record deal that Diddy gave Cassie, even though he never, came to fulfill that promise. But with the testimony that was given yesterday, the reason why they brought up that instance in the hotel that we all saw footage of is because it shows that Cassie was trying to escape from one of the freak-offs, and in her trying to do so, he beat the crap out of her. And, he wanted to force her to continue. And she said that repeatedly, that he would, even if she got sick or if she was out of it, he would force her to continue. And so, that's why they're bringing that up, is because that video goes beyond domestic violence. It is showing proof that even when she tried to escape, when she tried to put her foot down and basically say no and put, a stop to all this, he would use brutal force to try to bring her back in and force her to continue doing what he wanted her to do.
Yeah, that's
and
DV.
that's why the feds are really focusing on that, because that force that he put upon her is part of trafficking.
That is DV also, because she stayed with him after that. I lived through it. I don't know if you know my story, but I lived through
It's definitely
quite a few years. I lived through quite a few years of DV that I didn't leave. And my ex was very powerful. I was also in a very good position, but I wasn't in my country, and unfortunately at the time, because I was residing in the country, it didn't matter what my citizenship was, that I was Canadian at the time. I still was in Norway, so he was much more powerful than I was. I could easily say that, but that's just DV. And she stayed with him. She traveled with him. I traveled with my ex, to all kinds of places. And, when you're in
if your ex had picked you out whilst you were traveling, that would.
But the thing is, though, that is not. He really did.
You could willingly travel.
I was talking to somebody, and somebody said something yesterday that was actually very eye-opening for me. Right. When she wanted to leave, she left. Had she been that scared of him, she wouldn't have sued him, because she would have been scared that, especially after they accuse him of being such a criminal guy. And I'm not on Diddy's side, okay? But if I am that terrified of this man that apparently he has helped people cross the other side, I would have been terrified of him. And I wouldn't have sued him. I would have left. She's been able to leave him, move on, get married, and get a lot of money for it in the way.
Yeah, but I think for some people, they're just not going to let people get away with it. And sometimes it takes years and years and years to build up the courage to do something.
Yeah, but that's DV. That's DV. And this is what people are saying. We understand that is domestic violence.
I've seen the DV. He kicked her up and down a hallway. That's definitely DV. The point we're making is when you cross state lines with someone, whether it's willing or unwilling, and then there's an exchange of sex or any kind of those kind of acts, whether it's for album deals, whether it's for cash, whether it's for anything. I think what I read in one of the updates is Cassie verbally says she doesn't want to do some of these acts, and that's why they're wanting to show these tapes. But we do have some more updates.
What she said, because I watched Megyn Kelly and the other people, and they were picking on it. What she said is that they were asking her, and this is what the defense probably will pick on today, is, did you say no?
Yeah.
And she will say, and this is this. She said that she gently asked him or suggested to him, but not like, it's like.
Yeah, we literally just read it a minute ago. She said she said no countless times, or acknowledged that. So let me just get through these updates. Whose TV can I hear? Pam, mute yourself. I'm muting you, Pam. All right. Okay, where are we? The government is asking Cassie in the hotel footage. We're not yet at the material found in the 2 drives. Okay. We're not yet at the material found in the 2 drives. Prosecutor had asked Cassie Ventura about. The prosecutor is asking Ventura to flesh out. We read that already. The hotel footage has no audio. And for the stretches of time, Sean Combs is seen talking to Cassie Ventura. Ventura said she was calling out my name, in other words, insulting her and calling her slurs, and told her that she was going. Hang on a second.
That she wasn't going to leave him there.
The hotel footage has no audio. And for stretches of time, Sean Combs is seen talking to Cassie Ventura. Ventura said he was calling me out my name. He was calling me out my name. In other words, insulting her and calling her slurs, and told her that she wasn't going to leave him there. All right, let's just see if there's any more. 2 minutes. Hotel food. Okay, yeah, that's us. All right, interesting. So I wonder why they've taken out the audio and played. I mean, that seems a bit odd.
A lot of times some cameras don't have audio too.
Oh,
yeah, I was just going to say that.
You know, so it's going to be his word against her.
Places.
Okay, actually, no, it's the hotel footage, which is the 2016 footage. I beg your pardon, everybody. So this is the footage they're talking about. This is the hotel 2016 footage, which, yeah, it doesn't have any audio. Okay, yeah. So I imagine the conversations between partner and partner in the hotel corridor after one of you is just being kicked up and down it aren't going to be too pleasant, shall we say.
And and Cassie is, I sent you that clip that TMZ just published about her traveling to Mexico. He would travel with him and she would party with him. And I mean, it was a DV relationship, guys, unfortunately. But that is not what he's charged with. And this is the thing that
man. Like, we all agree with you. It was a DV relationship. So we now just have to wait and see where they're going to lead this into all of the charges, because I can only see it being from the transportation point of view. For
you know what it reminds me of? You know that Weinstein, right now, there were over 120 women. And you know that he has been on appeal. His thing was reverted on New York. So he's free from New York. He's only on one case right now with one woman. And this woman accused him of, and she was saying that he was doing this. But then she kept coming back, sending him emails saying, oh, I want to see you. I want to see that, because she wanted a deal. Now, if she stayed with him because she wanted a record deal, that is not on him. That it's on her.
She had a record. She had a 10 album.
You know what I mean? A lot of women stay with men because of that. Then I'm sorry.
No, you're missing the point here. So if she wanted a record deal, that would be one thing. But he signed her to 10 albums. And then never released any.
Before that, she was signed to another company.
Yeah.
So she really didn't need him for a record deal. She already had it. She had a hit single out before she got involved with him.
Yeah.
And she left them when he told her, I'll give you a 10 record deal. He basically, used that to entice her to sign with him.
And a 10 album deal is ridiculous. I mean, imagine if you were going to release an album every year, Paula. That's the next 10 years of your life done. But when a year goes by, another year goes by, you're writing all of this music and nothing's coming out.
Then you leave. Then you say you don't fulfill the contract. You haven't fulfilled the contract and you leave.
Yeah, but
you leave.
She's young. She's naive. She's in love. She doesn't realize that the fancy apartment is an isolation tactic.
I just want to address something on the chat. Yeah. I'm not a Diddy plant. I am not a Diddy plant guy.
She would have
something wrong. I am not a Diddy plant, and I'm not
the phone. If she tried, getting away from him, he sent people after her. So how can you leave when you're, and there were times where he, would take apartments away from her, take her cell phone away from her, take her, all her devices. Yeah. I mean, that essentially is a living prison.
Correct. So
I just want to say something wrong, because people in the chat think I'm a Diddy plant. I am not a Diddy plant. And you guys don't know my story. I went through 7 trials, 3 attempted murders by my ex-husband. I managed to survive quite a lot of stuff. I left, and it cost me a lot. It cost me my whole life, but I left. So I am not against the victim. I'm just pointing things out because I know what it is like, how hard it is. I didn't stay with my ex because I wanted to stay with him. I was at a complete disadvantage.
You've got to remember as well, Paula, you had the drive of a mother as well. You're an
Yeah.
older, wiser woman with a child, and
I was.
your drive was probably less about yourself and more about protecting your son. And that's just a factor that you've got to weigh in. But look, I don't want to spend every day beating a dead fish over and over again, right?
It's just that to me, I have a feeling that unfortunately he's gonna walk. I have this feeling that they're gonna reach an agreement, because the case of the prosecution for a federal crime is weak. They would have produced it by now, and if the worst thing that they have to produce is him beating Cassie up in a horrible manner, they're doomed.
Yeah, that's true. I
They're
listen.
doomed.
No, it's not all they've got, because they've admitted to having hard drives. Things have been handed into them and all the rest. It's whether or not we're going to see a grand conspiracy and cover up of it all. Because again,
they're just getting cooking.
Is Hollywood too big to fail? I mean, it's 190 names. Oh, hang on, we've got another update. The court is being shown text messages between Cassie Ventura and Sean Combs from the day of the 2016 incident at the hotel in LA. In the messages, Combs is pleading with Ventura, "Call me," he texted, "then call now. I went and checked everything and spoke to security. As long as you don't disturb the other guests, then they'll leave you be." Ventura wrote Combs in another message. "I went and checked everything and spoke to security. As long as you don't disturb the other guests, they'll leave you be." Ventura wrote to Combs in another message. Okay. I imagine that's after the assault, right?
Yeah, she's telling him she's not going to report him, which I did many times to my ex. I told him, don't worry about it. They're not. So I do know what it is like, guys, but that is DV. And the victims blame themselves. I would always blame myself.
No one's disagreeing with you.
Yeah.
But it's also there's also the charges of human transportation, which is what the charges are in Cassie's case.
But how was it if they were in a relationship and they were going away on vacation?
Diddy had a whole network of people that helped in everything that he did, between setting up the freak offs, between chasing down Cassie, and controlling her schedule, her, when she went to doctors, every part of her life, financially, everything. He had a team of people that was involved in helping him control every part of her. So it's not just about the fact that Diddy did this to her. It's the fact that he had a network of people that helped him do this to her.
Yeah. And again, no one's denying that it's definitely DV. It's just a multitude of things. It really, really is. Now,
right.
No, Paula.
All right.
We're getting.
I don't want to talk because people get mad about what I'm pointing out, and it's quite, like, I know they're upset. I know that everybody wants to see Diddy down. I do too, but I mean, if he had sex against her will, that is a state matter. That is not a federal crime.
That's not what the charges are. The charges are human transportation. Okay, racketeering, using people to solicit activities against their will, trafficking. That is what the charges are. That is what this case is. That is what we're hearing. They're just taking their sweet time getting through everything, to be perfectly honest. But they're focusing entirely at the moment on the. Okay, here we go. Here's some more updates. Prosecutors showed an image of a man called Jules, who was the male escort present at the freak-off held in 2016 in LA, the Los Angeles hotel that Cassie Ventura said she was trying to flee when Sean Combs beat her. They also showed a photo of Ventura taken after the incident. Her lip is swollen and she is wearing sunglasses. With her hoodie pulled over her head, she took the photo in an Uber as she left the hotel. Wait.
So she did leave.
When did Uber start? Damn, 2009. All right, that's crazy. Time just flies, man. It really does. So yeah, they're stripping down this right now for some reason. So they must be building like repeating patterns of behavior or something. This is what I'm getting from it, because it does feel less like kidnapping, transportation right now, and it does feel more like they're focusing on the DV side. But I imagine we're going to build into it all, Paula. Also, as well, we've got to remember this woman is like meant to give birth in 24 hours. So I imagine the courts are probably very aware that if they don't have a very slow pace, but at the same time,
that could work against them, because you see the woman they see in the tape, and then the woman, it could work either way, because they're going to say, well, that woman wasn't willing to do that then. Now she's a pregnant woman, and the prosecution is forcing this woman to probably be here, which is a form of abuse. You know,
she filed her own thing. She filed her own
lawsuit, but that's the one, the lawsuit that was years ago. You know, now she's pregnant, and
settled the day after she filed it.
Yeah. 2023.
It's going to be hard for them to reconcile that woman that's sitting there with the woman in the tapes. You know.
Why? Oh.
As I mentioned yesterday, the optics in that courtroom is really interesting, because you have Diddy looking elderly and softer by the way that they're dressing him, you know, in these sweaters and whatnot. And then you have a pregnant woman on stand. And, you know, the hard part for the jurors is they have to keep in mind how long ago some of this happened, you know. And obviously, you know, Cassie being a married woman and mother now, she wasn't that then when all this transpired. She was just a young single woman, you know, trying to make a career for herself. And that's going to be hard for the jurors to, you know, keep in mind as they're looking at this more mature woman on stand that's ready to give birth.
We've got some more updates. Also, what do you mean, what's tiffin? Like the dessert, tiffin. The dessert. If you're asking about the dessert, tiffin, then... Sorry, side quest there, but are you talking about tiffin? Okay, so Cassie Ventura testified after the incident at a hotel. Sean Combs came by her apartment, banging on the door and yelling. This was normal, she said. He showed up quite a bit. Ventura didn't let him in. Later that evening, he went to the home of one of Combs' security guards, who goes by the name of D-Rock. Living in LA, I really didn't have a lot of people. Ventura told the jury she considered D-Rock and his wife close friends. Combs also showed up there later that night, Ventura said. Combs texted Cassie Ventura after he assaulted her in the hotel hallway in March 2016, demanding she return to the hotel where they'd just had a freak-off, according to the evidence presented in trial just now. Combs told Ventura that police were coming to the hotel and she needed to return, but police had not actually been called. I have a premiere Monday for the biggest thing I've ever done in my life, Ventura texted Combs, referring to an event for her starring role in a film. I have a black eye and a fat lip. You are sick to think it's okay to do what you've done, she added. I mean, this is just getting wild. The insight into this man's alleged antics is just so twisted. And this is just
terrible.
It's just day 3. And listen, when they say the jury is handed a list of 190 potential names that could be brought up, that means that anybody on that list could be brought into this case or mentioned, right? Is that what that means in America?
Yeah.
That's what that means.
They can't find the third witness, who's a lawyer too.
They what?
They can't find they have 3 witnesses. They can't find the third witness.
Now she disappeared, and there's speculation as to whether she was bribed into not testifying. And the feds essentially, you know, have kind of let that go by the wayside, because even if the feds were to try to pull that third victim, she's a victim, into court after subpoenaing her. Now she would be a what's the word I'm looking for? Essentially, she would be a bias person to testify, especially if she's been compromised by bribery or threatened even. So they have basically let that go because they have other people that they can use for testimony.
Uber, we're requesting a welfare check on you right now. Are you okay? Uber?
Oh.
The side chat are making sure they want me to do a welfare check on you and just make sure you're okay.
Yeah, I'm good, bro.
Okay, that's
I feel sweet. I've just got them coming out and check it out, and it's like.
I have no idea what you're saying. Something about eating a sweet and your mum's coming out. I have no idea.
I've got medics coming in it.
Oh, I don't know that. Oh, no, they bother me. I'm just waiting on an ambulance and that. Just fell down the stairs and just waiting on an ambulance. I just didn't want to interrupt the podcast. All right, we've got another update here.
I'm just very strict when it comes to certain things, guys. I'm sorry if you disagree with my opinion, but as a grown woman, I would never. There's nothing on this earth that my ex would have been able to do to me.
Yeah.
To have me recruit other women to go through the same hell I was going through, which is what Cassie did. So this is why I don't have pity for her, because she was a grown woman and she was recruiting other women to go through the hell that she was going through. I would have much rather died than do that to another woman.
That's okay. That's you, Paula. That's okay. But again, she was a young woman, man, and you can get, especially as well when there's music industry tied into it. We just don't know what the sales pitch was. Hey Cassie, if you find any people that want to have an opportunity or whatever, bring them along, and then they're sucked into whatever. But yeah, Paula, that's your perspective, and that's okay. Prosecutors showed an image of Cassie Ventura and Sean Combs at an after party following her 2016 movie premiere, which took place a couple of days after the beating in the hallways of the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles. It shows Ventura in a sparkly green V-neck dress. She is seated with her arm threaded through Combs, who is wearing a three-piece suit. In his other hand, he holds a drink. The government pointing out some apparent bruising from the hotel incident visible on Ventura's right shin. Ventura testified that she had a larger bruise on her right thigh concealed under her dress. Okay.
Yeah, one of the pictures at the Oscars, I think that she was with, and that was, I remember I did a video and I was like, how can nobody in Hollywood, how can they be so rotten? Because she showed up in a dress and you can clearly see the bruises, and it was a red carpet event. And I was like, really? You're looking at this woman, clearly something happened to her, and nobody's asking. And she's walking with Sean Combs. No, but you can clearly see. No amount of makeup could cover it up. Yeah, like Kelly H. Don't worry about me. I'm a big girl. I can take it.
I often find it's not Paula's opinion that's the issue; it's her delivery that is often the issue, right? It's the delivery.
It's very direct. It's very direct. I'm not going to sugarcoat things. It's very direct. I'm not going to sugarcoat. I'm going to ask this of anybody. If you have parents and you have girls, what if Cassie had recruited one of your girls, and one of your girls, it was one of your girls that Cassie put her through the things that she's going
through? We criticized Usher for throwing Bieber under the bus, right?
Yep.
So I think you're right. It has got to work both ways. So, again,
I have a question.
Yes, Stacey, fire away.
When did anybody ever say that Cassie recruited other women? It's Cassie recruiting male S workers.
Yep. Well, hiring male
recruiting, but and other girls as well. She did recruit a couple of girls as well for the freak-offs. She not only male, also female.
When that hasn't been brought up ever.
Well, it will be brought up. They were discussing it yesterday. That's going to be
okay.
Desiree Dixon, I know everybody doesn't think the same. I know that everybody's experience is the same. I'm just saying that if I were a mother, thankfully I have a boy, but if I were a mother of a daughter and my daughter had been recruited to do this, I would be very angry.
Recruiting is the wrong word. You don't recruit an escort. You hire an escort.
Yeah, but there were girls. Remember what's her name? This girl that I really like, Ron, that she talks. that she was a child when this happened and she was at the free call? Ali Carter.
Yeah, Ali Carter. Yeah,
Ali Carter, I feel sorry for.
Yeah.
Absolutely pity for that girl. What she's gone through is absolutely horrific. She was a child. I can't even. I break down every time I hear her cry. I hear her cry.
We've got to remember we're talking about a 19 to 20, 22-year-old, very, very
young,
again, for me, there's a big difference between recruiting girls and hiring male escorts.
I understand, but those escorts are able to walk out free. If they are with a woman and they're listening that the woman doesn't want to participate, they are accomplices to the crime that's happening there, and yet the prosecutors are allowing this man to walk free
because they gave immunity for his testimony.
Ron, can I just say something?
Yeah, Pam. Sorry, Pam. On you go.
So you know what it is I know everybody's saying that, like, for example, she's recruited people and obviously she used to hire the sex workers, but I don't think people realize the amount of like manipulation that Diddy
of course
did, like the threats and the manipulation, and then that on top of basically she feels like she hasn't got a choice. You talk, like you say, if I was 19, if I was at that age and I was with somebody that's powerful, it's like you're gonna be scared because like the threats, because of Diddy being like the man that he is, she is going to be afraid. So she is going to do what he says. And yeah, she may be thinking, I want to get out of this situation. But, you know, we don't know what she's been through, like mentally as well as emotionally. She basically thought that, you know, she might be the one to kind of change Diddy and that, you know, he might fall in love with her and that's it, just be with her. We don't know. That's just, you know, what
here's
might be in her head.
It could also be as well the normalization of it all, right? She might not wanted to have booked these escorts or whatever, but it was the normal. That was her normal routine with Diddy, and sometimes it takes a long time for it to sink in that, oh wait a minute, what am I actually doing? But for me personally, I don't necessarily agree with the statement of recruiting. I think recruiting is when it's a member of the public who's coerced into something, whether you want to agree or disagree. When it comes to hiring an escort, I think the escort kind of knows the situation that they're walking into a little bit better than a member of the public. So hiring escorts are for sure.
Sorry, Ron, can I just say, at the end of the day, the escorts are just there to do what they need to do and get paid for it.
Yeah.
They're not necessarily going to be thinking about her. Yeah, they might feel bad for her, but they're not going to turn down money because basically, essentially, that is what they do. That's what they're there for, kind of thing.
Yeah, I get that.
They're not there to commit a crime. They're not getting paid to commit a crime if a woman is not consenting to an act and they still participate and get paid. That is worse.
No, yeah, but here's the thing. They might not know that they're not consenting.
Well, if Cassie's saying no, I mean, you can't have it both ways. Either she's consenting and saying, I don't want it, or she doesn't say anything and she goes with it, along with it. Do you know what I mean? It can't be both ways. If a woman is saying no and they know that she's saying no and that she doesn't want it and they still go ahead with it, they're just as complicit as Sean Combs. And it bothers me that they're allowed to walk out the room after they committed a crime against a woman who was helpless. And we saw the one that the guy, remember the one that has no neck that came yesterday?
Yeah.
That's a big guy.
Yeah.
So he's just as guilty because if they knew in some level that this was not right, and just for $150 because I read that they were saying that he would get paid $150.
I get your point. So what you're saying is, if there's situations where even if the women, including Cassie, who just said that were under the influence, Paula, right? So if they were unable to consent or whatever, I'm not saying that's what happened, but there's definitely wiggle room for what your argument is, Paula. I think 100%, because there has to have been a witness. But maybe that's why they're here. Maybe that's why they've got immunity. because their testaments were crucial. And in order to get them, they need to incriminate themselves. And they could also be argued that they're victims of this. It's sticky. But we've got another update here. On Tuesday in court, Cassie Ventura was shown photos of men alleged to have participated in the freak-offs and asked to identify them by name and to testify about how they were hired and in what cities they participated in the SEX sessions. Now Ventura is being asked to do this again. The escorts are a racially diverse group of men, some of whom Ventura only remembered vaguely. She was unsure of some names. There were at least 6 men shown. Ventura said it was her job to hire these men. That it was expected of her by Sean Combs. Interesting. Ventura said she performed S acts with all the men shown, and those who were paid with Sean's money. Now, do you know what's interesting? Sean Combs made her hire them, and then I'm sure we've heard a couple of times that she was the one who paid them at the end of the night on several occasions. Do you think that's by design? Do you think there's some legal loophole here that we're going to see where, well, you hired them, you paid them? Do you think that's going to be something that we're going to see brought to light?
It's going to come down to his word versus her word.
And the escort's word.
Well, the escorts will say that they all testify that she called them. They will all testify that she paid them. They didn't see Sean give her the money. They're going to testify that she called them. They have testified that she called them and that she paid them. Yeah, they can't testify to whether Combs gave her the money or not.
Yeah, well, that's true. Unless, of course, they've seen that. Unless that was a thing for him. You never know. Yeah, sorry, who was that, Pam?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. It just shows like it's the same way with regards to, he would make the women have a can you say gun in their purse, carry that in the purse. So it's basically he would never actually get his hands dirty. It was always like, okay, if anybody's going to say, well, why did you do this? He's going to say, well, I didn't give it. I didn't pay them. I didn't ring them up. So it's like, that's his way of basically, kind of getting out of it as such. Like if something happens, it's like, with
100%.
When he was with J-Lo, and it was like, if anybody had found what they found in her purse, he would have most probably say, oh, well, it's not mine. Do you know what I mean? It's like he's not prepared to get his own hands dirty. He does it through other people. So then no one can kind of turn around and say, well, it's you that did it.
It gives him deniability.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. It's the classic, just stick this in your handbag, no one's going to check your handbag scenario. And it is a pattern. It's a pattern of coercive behavior. And when we look at the fact that it seems to be girlfriends, the person that's closest to him at the time, that is the one who's used as these patsies or fall guys or just, safekeeping of my pew or whatever it is. I think we're going to see more and more of this behavior as these testimonies go on. I think they're building a stage here where the jury are going to see the acts of Diddy play out.
I wonder if they're going to call J-Lo because of that thing in New York. Remember the lady that got shot in the face?
Well, do you know what, Paula? That's a bloody good point, because if we're building a case, okay, and we've already had mention of one pew in a purse, you could 100% think, well, yeah, that could happen.
Guess what? The prosecution has not called that lady to be a witness, in spite of the fact that she has offered to be a witness. They haven't called her. And I wonder if it's because it involves J-Lo.
That's a really good point, because
they haven't called her. She has actually contacted the prosecution on New York, the people in charge of this case, and she's she's been on my channel. She did a live. She says her full name. She describes exactly what happens, that she saw Sean shot at her, shot her in the face. and she's contacted the prosecution quite a few times. She's offered to be a witness, but that implies J-Lo. So they haven't called her.
Interesting. Well, here's the thing. I mean, you know how big a section of Diddy's life J-Lo was in, and that definitely crosses over with the birth of the white parties and the freak offs, whatever branded name he had for them back then. And J-Lo is on the witness list of 100 plus people. You know it, Jen, Gary. Yes, Jen. You know it. Like, it's going to get juicy. 190.
I'm just wondering why they're starting with freak ups with escorts. Why not with the Hollywood elites that participated there? That's what's really bothering me. Well, because we all know that they participated in there. Why not start big?
I think it's just the pregnancy thing. But here's the other thing. It could be that we're getting set up for a massive disappointment, Paula. This could be the crescendo. And really, we can't find the hard drives that were given to the FBI. We couldn't decrypt the hard drives. We couldn't get the evidence. I don't know. Hurricane Sally destroyed the hard drive. I don't know. But I just have this horrible feeling that I'm hoping Paula's super wrong and that they haven't started with their heaviest blow, because really this isn't the blow that we were expecting if this is the big one. But personally, I think this is more to do with the fact that Cassie's due to give birth like yesterday or tomorrow, and they needed to
the defense has to question her. You see, not only the prosecution, she has to stay there for the defense.
Hang on a second. Why aren't y'all reading the transcripts? Where the hell do I find the transcripts? Let's find the transcripts. Hang on a second. Thank you, Shalonda, my G. Right. Diddy case transcripts.
You know how you were right about Virginia Giuffre?
Yeah.
And I remember I said, no, you're wrong. She's going to show up for a court. Yeah. And then you literally predicted. I mean, I had to say to you, you were right. Unfortunately, you were right. And now there's this huge bomb about Prince Andrew and some videotapes with Virginia.
Yep. Isn't it coincidental?
Yes.
These tapes might be getting released. And did you see the headline the other day where she unalived herself over the stress of losing all of the money from Prince Andrew? Because apparently one of the other victims was suing her from like 8 million.
Yeah,
it's crazy. Okay, yeah, we're going back to these. Okay, here we go. This is the view of Cassie Ventura on the closed circuit video feed at the courthouse. She has taken off of her jacket and is wearing her hair down. There is a monitor in front of her on which she is viewing the evidence being presented. There are also 2 plastic water bottles and a box of tissues. When testifying, she has to lean slightly forward to speak into the microphone. Periodically, she will run her hands over her pregnant belly or try to stretch her back a little while she sits in the chair. Also, can I just say, the hormones and the madness going on inside this woman's body right now.
I feel bad for her being pregnant. This is brutal.
Not even pregnant. You couldn't be any more pregnant, Paula.
No, I understand, but can you imagine going through that? That is, I don't understand. If the prosecution did it on purpose, they could have waited until she gave birth, to call her in and like be more humane, because this is a pregnant woman. Like any trauma, it's transmitted to the child, especially at this later stages. Yeah. It can't be a happy thing for this woman to know the past 3 months that she's going to have to testify.
Right. I'm going to, do you know what, Jean, we're going to pin your comment that's what I'm thinking. So until we get any reason not to think that, I think the pregnancy was definitely a factor on this. Now, I'm just going to cut back to more updates. No, we've got nothing else there. We'll cut back to the courthouse. Nothing going on there. And let me just check the news headlines. And I'm trying to find these transcripts. Somebody said, why am I not reading the transcripts? So I need to try and find out where I can find the transcripts.
How long has Diddy been in jail? 2 years? How long has he been in jail for?
Like about a year, I think. Less than a year.
Okay, so this woman got pregnant. She's known for almost a year that she has to testify. this cannot be a very happy pregnancy for her due to the stress of knowing that she has to testify.
Yeah, of
And
course.
they wait until the last minute to call her in, which is even more stressful. It's to me, it's yeah, no, that's not a right thing.
Yeah, it's. But in saying that, though, I mean, if you get given one chance, if they're like, "Hey, you fancy helping put the nails in the coffin on the Diddy situation," you're going to take it. You're freaking. You listen. You've already gone through 9 months of pregnancy. Diddy in court's nothing compared to that. Do you know what I'm saying? But you're not. I mean, the stress would be unreal. You imagine just standing there in court. Imagine just having to wait in a courtroom on because you know the waiting rooms ain't got those comfy chairs. You know that, right? It's going to be some old ass benches. Okay, text messages shown to the jury suggest Sean Combs was displeased when Cassie Ventura took this substance. Ventura told the jury that this was because it made her like this during the freak-off session. And inactive during freak-off sessions. It took me out of it for too long, she said. We're just high and not doing anything. Intercourse. Yeah, so he wants them.
I didn't know that ketamine could do that.
I mean, allegedly so, yeah. Who knows?
Yeah, Carol Carr, this could give her postnatal depression. Absolutely. Absolutely. Not only that, if this man is as bad as they say he is, I mean, the threats, I mean, if there's already one witness missing, I hope the jury doesn't find out that there's one witness missing, because if that might scare the jury into saying, you know what, if there's one witness missing, we're going to vote not guilty no matter what.
Yeah. Yeah, Roberts just made the point that substance, the K substance, is a tranquilizer. It's a horse tranquilizer, actually.
Ugh, why would she be taking that? That's terrible. Isn't that dangerous?
Yeah, but so it's like taking the bus.
No, that you're injecting something into your body.
You don't inject it, allegedly.
Well, how do you take it?
I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Who knows? Anyway, let's move on. So I'm going to cut back to the courthouse as well. There's nothing much going on there. Headlines as well. They're just covering everything that we're reading in these updates. Of course, as well, filling in on yesterday's testimony too. I will say, I don't know who the sketch artist is today, but like, what is going on?
My God.
What is going on here? Like, he's done both these people dirty here in this photograph. Like, I've not got any sympathy for Diddy, but this is, come on.
Well, they say he looks very old and very thin. And very frail. And then apparently he was doing like hard things like that.
Wait, what? One unalived and one missing? Oh no, this is like, see if it turns out, right, that for some reason Diddy's like the mass boss overlord in all of this, and this is going to be like everyone's just going to drop like flies. He's going to walk like it's a bit scary to think. It really is, because if that's right, if we've got one unalived and one missing, that is not good.
No, and you have to think that the feds are keeping a careful eye on the witnesses and victims.
Yeah.
You know, for that reason, because they're not blind to the fact that there's reasons why there's mysterious unalivings around him, why, you know, people have dropped out of testifying. You know, most of what has been told is that people are scared for their safety. You know, there are even jurors that dropped out because they were scared for their safety.
I mean,
so the feds have to be very careful, and I'm sure that they have people trying to protect them as much as possible.
I mean, I'm sure they do, but if we don't get to see the entirety of all of the tapes and hear all of the names, then they're doing a better job of protecting people who've witnessed criminality or partook in it than they do about the people in the actual judicial system. You know, we need to see, or the courts need to see the contents of these hard drives, all of it. no one should be left not brought to justice in this.
Yeah.
Well, with the amount of footage that they have from the hard drives, I don't think we're going to see everything. I think the feds are going to focus on the most heinous ones that are going to show without a shadow of a doubt that there was trafficking or there was force or, footage of him bribing or using his network to assist him in these acts.
Yeah.
Basically, they're not going to show any footage may be used in any future court cases. So that's straight out the window. If they have court cases pending in the pipeline against people, they're not going to show anything pre-trial. So, like somebody said yesterday, it's going to depend. Sorry, I'm eating my lunch from a popular high street bakery.
So am I.
Before that lot get here. But yeah, that obviously there's going to be certain footage they're going to have to omit anyway. But yeah, any pending charges in a pipeline, they will not. If they appear in that video, they won't show it because it can have an outcome on their trial.
Yesterday, sorry.
I'm waiting for them to bring the rug mule. If you catch what I'm saying, that mysteriously just kind of went off the grid to testify and be one of the witnesses. And it'll be interesting to see, you have to pay attention to who they're not talking about.
Right.
Because those are likely to be the people that are going to be called to the witness stand.
Yeah,
So we have Christina Quorum, his chief of staff, and we have this rug mule that has been MIA, under the radar, as well as other parties, that are just being very silent. And I don't think for no reason.
Yeah, that's it. I've got a weird feeling there's going to be like some 20-year-old guy that was hired to like park the cars at one of the freak-offs who accidentally recorded a whole bunch of stuff on a phone that no one knows about that's going to blow the case wide open. Like, I feel like there's something like that coming. There's going to be is it a surprise witness, whatever they call it. Yeah.
Oh, no doubt.
I feel like I also have
I
this
think
feeling.
J-Lo is going to be one of them.
Oh man,
she can testify to, as we spoke about before I hopped on when we were talking about the pew pew that Cassie was forced to put in her purse. J-Lo had the same experience with him, and I think the feds would be prudent to bring J-Lo into the witness stand to show that this is a repeated pattern. They also have focused on the fact that, sure, Diddy got the money to hire these S workers, but he had Cassie hand the money to them.
Yeah. Right,
you see what I'm saying? It's him basically scapegoating direct, involvement to say that other people did things, oh, she held the gun. She could have said no. Sorry, pew pew. But these women, when it comes to the women especially, were probably scared to say no because clearly he had no problem carrying weapons and, taking them with him to places that he shouldn't have been and knew that he had no problem, using them. And I think that's important for the feds to bring up.
I agree. Right. As soon as I finish chewing on this bite of sandwich, there's a bunch of updates. Hang on a sec. Okay. Text messages shown to the jury suggest that Sean Combs was displeased. Okay, that was that one. Okay. Cassie Ventura testified that Sean Combs controlled every aspect of her life, including their S encounters. She walked jurors through January 2016 text messages between the couple. We have to have a proper freak off without no K. I hate K. Combs wrote in the exchange. Ventura previously testifies that Combs orchestrated every detail of these SEX sessions, including the lighting in the room and what color their nails were. Cassie Ventura is now discussing how videos of her from the freak-offs were used to blackmail her. She told the court that Sean Combs would threaten to leak the videos, a prospect that horrified her. It's horrible and disgusting, and no one should do that to anyone, Ventura testified. The videos would make me look like a mess, and I'd be shamed. The government is now having a sidebar before they show the next items they will present to the court. Ventura is slumped in her chair and is now looking around the courtroom. The judge has called a 10-minute recess as they arrange some stuff in the courtroom. The court appears to be discussing the representation of the freak-off videos while the jury is on a short break. Defense attorney Mark Agniflio just asked if his team could see the evidence that is about to be exhibited, so they are not shown on the monitors that are on their table. And that's us. Okay, interesting. It's getting spicy, man. We're building up.
But the thing is that they have to show the evidence before the trial, so I don't understand any of this. Both that you cannot submit any evidence, surprise evidence. Everything has to be exchanged so the defense has time to prepare. So I don't understand what this is about.
They did share the evidence with the defense. This is just in regards to how they're going to present it in the courtroom and the limited amount that they're going to present. They're essentially, before you hopped on, I had mentioned this, they need to show the jurors, most importantly, this video footage. But the tricky part is it being publicized to the rest of the people in the courtroom. And so that's what they're being very careful about is, are they going to allow the entire courtroom to see it? But the defense knows that this is being presented. They have known. When the Enterprise letter was sent to Diddy's team, I think it was like a month ago, it was listed that they were going to use this as evidence. So, they had to disclose that in order for Diddy's team to prepare.
Yesterday in Megyn Kelly's Mr. Garagos, because that his daughter is defending Diddy, right? He was on Megyn Kelly, and it was very interesting what he had to say. So it's going to be, I don't know if you want to show parts of the clip. It's going to be, I have it here because he is there. He's on the trial, and his daughter is one of the defense lawyers for Diddy.
Hang on one second.
Is there anything that they're updating?
Yeah, lawyers in the courtroom and staff are busy during the break working out logistics for playing the freak-off footage without the gallery being able to see it.
Yeah, that makes sense. They don't want people to, to see it.
Galleries, the gallery is like the public, right? That's like the people.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's pretty. I imagine that be, because you don't want her shown doing those kinds of things. And these tapes are from whom? From Diddy's or from Cassie?
This is from the prosecutors.
Yeah.
No. But who recorded these videos? Because they said that Cassie had some videos of her own.
Yeah, she had devices where video footage was on, and they also have devices from Diddy.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure which footage they're using, whether it's from her devices or his, but they have it all.
Sweet.
Why would she be recording herself?
The most interesting thing is, there may also be concern about the fact that Cassie's family is in that gallery too.
Yeah.
Her, not just her husband. And I wonder if they'll be able to stay for that. Personally, if I were her family, I wouldn't be able to stay in the courtroom for that.
But I thought that her husband was not allowed to stay, according to the defense, because they're going to call him as a witness.
Yep. Yesterday,
parts.
They agreed that he could stay.
Yeah, some parts he has to leave, I do believe, because he was asked to leave along with some other people as well yesterday. I can't remember why it was. I might be wrong, but I'm sure that's it.
He had a text exchange with Diddy when the civil court case was filed. And so Diddy's team tried to say, oh, he sent threatening text messages to Diddy. He shouldn't be allowed in the courtroom. Well, at the end of the day, they dismissed it and the judge decided he can stay. Now, I don't recall if they put limitations to, what he stays for, but at the end of the day, he is allowed in that courtroom.
That's odd.
Yeah, some interesting points in the side chat. I think whatever happened in 2018, she decided to finally leave him for good. She left behind any feelings of love she had for him and didn't go back. And then
how was she able to leave him? How was she able to leave him? I'd like to know that. That'd be very interesting to ask.
Yeah, Cassie is still looking for approval from Diddy. She might be married, but this is her daddy. She is still searching for approval. Interesting take as well.
I don't think so. I mean, I don't think so.
I don't
testifying against him. I don't think she's looking for approval by testifying against him.
I'm not saying that either. I'm just getting an equal representation of the.
No. I'm just saying that if that were the case, she would have been considered a hostile witness, and she wouldn't have handed over everything.
Oh yeah. Well, we'll just need to wait and see what happens on that one.
It's just that, so much was made in the press about all these A-listers being in all of these things, and especially Justin Bieber and Usher, and yet we don't hear them here at all. Like you said, it would be interesting if there was a pattern with J-Lo, like with the gun thing. Why not call her?
Sue, if you want to come and give your point of view, come and join the Discord, come and join the waiting room, and I'll pull you in. And you're more than welcome to give your take on the case. I'm just checking that we've got nobody waiting. Well, that's fine.
So I'm not saying that I'm qualified. I'm sorry. So I am not an expert on anything. I just want to clarify that. I'm not an expert. I'm not a lawyer. I've been through 7 trials with my ex-husband after I left him. I've been a former victim of domestic violence. I'm not saying I'm an expert in the U.S. law. I'm just saying that I'm giving my opinion up here. That's it, really.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, though, man. The day 3, and man, this is. I'm here for.
So the tape that we're gonna see is a freak off with Cassie, with escorts.
Say that again.
The freak off tape that we're gonna see is a tape of Cassie with escorts.
I think so. It's Cassie, Diddy, and the male escorts. I do believe, yeah. I think so.
One, can I just also say,
yes.
They were saying that there was a tape that had somebody that was in the video a lot more famous than P. Diddy. I think they'll most probably show that.
What did you say? What did you say? Sorry, I'm hard of hearing. What did you say?
That there is allegedly video footage containing someone more famous than Diddy that allegedly maybe showed it. Listen, we can hope, okay? Because goddamn, when you listen to the Cold White Underbelly's interview with the music artist / escort lady, I forget her name, you need to watch that. Okay, because she's talking about princes, man, like Saudi princes, right? That's who she's talking about, and she was meant to be a gift for one of them, right? Mad. You need to go and listen to it. It's crazy. Sorry, who was that? Was that Pam or was that Stacey?
It was me.
Pam. What are you saying?
No, what I was going to say is, like, obviously that Gene Deal said the same thing, didn't he? He said there was like all sorts of people, like politicians, even priests or I can't remember what he called them. But
Clinton, Obama, Biden
are really, really famous. That have a lot of money.
Yeah.
That were paying for, people like women to be brought over to him.
Yeah.
To them. But
here's the thing.
This was a big money-making scheme also for.
Here's the thing,
Diddy
Pam.
At the end of the day.
So you could be one of those rich guys, right?
Yeah.
And you may know the side of Diddy where when you're in America, you go and party with Diddy, right? And you don't realize that those girls that you're being supplied are human trafficked, possibly underage, probably under coercion. Some of them definitely will have, but there'll be a small slither of these people who didn't realize the situation that they were in.
I don't agree.
Oh,
Don't
no,
you remember that 60,000 party that Obama threw at the White House? The ordering pizza. First of all, you're not allowed to bring food from outside.
Outside first, yeah, exactly, right? No, 100%. No, what I'm saying is, don't look past him tailoring to people's regular, non-twisted desires in order to record them and weaponize it. You got to understand, there's some people that can't be coerced with weird stuff. Some people will just be coerced with normal stuff, but he's still going to do that sort of coercion. So just keep that in your mind. Like it's you can still weaponize vanilla missionary consensual adult relations, but if you happen to be, a freaking prince or a, whatever, and you're married or whatever, weaponized. Right, let's just see.
Ron, I want to add to that.
Yep.
We have to also consider, Diddy used this footage as blackmail, essentially. But also, with him choreographing every detail about these freak-offs and telling them what to do, throughout the entire time and videoing that, essentially he was making his own corn.
Yep.
And with him having all these video footages, it makes me wonder, he can't just be doing this for his own gratification, to say the least.
Okay.
What if the feds have found that he was selling this footage?
Well, listen, we've got to ask ourselves.
And that's where we're leading to.
Well, look, we've got to ask ourselves, first of all, maybe if we're talking about a billionaires club, right, where these videos are tens of millions. But if we're talking about I've made some freaky pop, like some freaky prawn, and I'm selling it at like $200 a pop, why? Nah, I don't see that happening. Personally, I think we should look at these recordings in the same way. You ever seen that TV show Dexter? And Dexter has his little slides. I think it's more like that. Because why would he sell them? Wait for it. Diddy's more likely to have a dark website called I've Hacked Diddy and fake a whole bunch of possible leaks just to be twisted and watch people freak out than he would to sell them. It's not about profit, it's about control. So maybe I've often said that the most evil of evil use camcorders and Polaroids so there's no digital trail. Maybe there's just a swapsy scenario going on. Maybe there is a twisted elite system where one person's paying for a freak off to happen to see footage of something. I don't know. It's possible. But why would Diddy need that? You see that? You see, why would he need that?
It could be for his own safety. If these people are more powerful than he is.
No, I agree with that. No, I agree with that. It was the point of if he was making it for profit. I just don't. Plus, as well, like if you're shelling out a budget just to film a video, I imagine the Diddy parties were not cheap. Just from like a business model point of view, they were in the tens and tens of hundreds of thousands. It's Diddy. Do you know what I mean?
Now, I wanted to ask you. I'm assuming that Cassie participated in freak off parties in Los Angeles with these celebrities. Why not start with that?
Well, I don't. I'm just heating up my coffee, so I'm having to shout from the kitchen. Right?
Well, we may see that come in as a factor after Cassie is done with her testimony. We have to remember, and I said this yesterday, we have to remember the timing. And I think the feds are strategically getting everything on the table as far as Cassie's side and her experience now, before she goes into labor. And then we're going to see even more explosive evidence come into play in the following weeks. I think this is just, breadcrumbs.
I hope you're right because if I had been the prosecution, I would have started with what happened in Los Angeles with these celebrities, and because that would have made more sense to me to say that she felt compelled more to do it because these celebrities were there. You know,
maybe, but at the same time, pregnant. If Sue, who's just entered Discord, is Sue from the side chat. If you see over on the other side of the Discord app, Sue, you'll see Kaza Bear in a voice chat room. If you join that little room there, I'll drag you down into the live room once I've finished heating up my second coffee. 2.5 hours in today, people. We've got about another hour and a half before our next scheduled viewing on the Sean Atwood channel this evening, ladies and gentlemen, with the man himself. Please make sure you like and subscribe. Help us push out our daily coverage of this mad trial. Transcript, I've learned about them today, so I'm going to try and find out where those get posted. I imagine those will be a bunch of things that I'll read at a 9-year-old level on the internet as well, so we can all look forward to that. Let's just check on updates, though, before...
Oh, the videos are not being shown to the media.
Yeah, right, hang on. So, hang on, I went too far. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This artist has got her head proportion way more respectfully than the last one.
Yeah.
That last one was like a freaking...
Let's see. Let's see. Read that.
Cost will not be shown to the media, so reporters are racing. Oh yeah, that's the okay. So we're just. I'm gonna get my coffee. I'm taking off my headphones though, because stretching about 12.
They might see the jury's reactions, right? So they want to see the jury's reactions to that.
Oh, I'm sure they're probably going to look flabbergasted.
Yeah.
And don't forget, there's a pretty decent amount of jurors that are older, in their 60s and 70s. So, to them, it's probably going to be really disturbing.
Yeah.
Paula, can I just also say that, with regards to when he was recording, he was having everybody be recorded that were on the freak-offs and everything that was happening with Cassie. It's only just like it's just like the same kind of example as what Epstein was doing. That's he was recording.
Yep. Yeah.
Everybody that was involved, and and it's like no one ever told on him, kind of thing, until obviously one or two of the women came forward, and then it kind of started from there. But it is very like that it's like blackmail is such a big thing.
Do you know what, Pam? I've just realized. Do you know all the cases of sextortion that we've seen in the UK? We've seen so many teenagers unalive themselves under the embarrassment of having to make videos and be blackmailed with it all. And it's almost like that's the wish.com version of what Diddy and Epstein do. You know what I'm saying? They're not throwing elaborate parties. It's very much low budget. It's grooming. It's coercion on the internet. But the end result is the same. Horrific videos that you are now owned by someone else having the possession of. And this whole case with Diddy, especially with Cassie, her age, the position, his position in her life, there's so much that so many of us can try and imagine what it would be like to be 19, to be an up and coming artist, to suddenly have one of the biggest icons, producers, artists come into your life and gravitate towards you. Like, we need to keep our realities in check here, because if I left it up to the 18 and 19-year-old version of me to make decisions for me now, I ain't gonna be happy with how my life turns out. Okay, because I'm just saying.
I can, to back that up, I can tell you when I first started my career, I'm essentially in corporate insurance. Okay. When I first started my career, there was someone who had that similar effect on me. So I could relate to Cassie with that whole, he was larger than life kind of thing where, I had an interaction with someone who had that same persona, and I knew, you know, what he was all about and how to keep my eye on how much I interacted with him, because I saw the way he carried himself. I knew of things he did in his own personal life, and I had to tread carefully around someone like that, because you know that, you know, when someone is very wealthy and powerful, they know how to get their grips on you, you know. And I was about 21 years old, so not much older than around the same age that Cassie was when she got involved with Diddy, you know. And it was like tiptoeing while I was at work, you know. So I can't imagine Cassie being in the position of her whole career being in his hands, her whole life being controlled by him. I didn't have that experience, but, you know, I had the other side of it. And it, you know, it's just crazy how it got that far. You know, we all can sit here and listen to the testimony, but she lived it. And, you know, it's no matter how much we try to grasp it, we really can't grasp what it was like to be in that position for all those years.
Correct. And again, there's so much of a power dynamic here. Even if you strip away all the horrible stuff, you're still left with that huge power dynamic of this young girl, this icon, this mogul, this man with all of this control over her career and her life. It is scary. It's a scary situation for anyone to be in, but it's such a common set of tactics. It's just the budget that's so different from the cases that we usually experience, you know? It really is. So,
and the thing is, these wealthy men, they know the power and control that they have. You know, I've seen it in corporate America where there have been women who have gotten involved with powerful men to excel their career, you know. So I understand when people, you know, talk about, well, she did this for, you know, to advance her career. And, you know, people have said that about other victims that have come forward. But at the same rate, you know, these wealthy men acted as predators. They took advantage of that, you know, and that alone needs to stop in our society.
Okay. Let me just read out the latest update here. Here's a photo from the same event prosecutors showed the jury Wednesday morning. It shows Cassie Ventura and Sean Combs at a party from her film The Perfect Match 2016, just days after Combs allegedly assaulted Ventura in the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles when she tried to leave an alleged freak-off. When prosecutors showed the jury the image from the same event, they highlighted visible bruising on Ventura's right shin. She testified that a larger bruise was under her. Okay. Now, I'm imagining this is probably going to be the side that had the blackish eye, right? And she did mention a burst lip as well. In fact, let me just hop over here. Because, yeah, do you see there? Just where the light is hitting the top of that lip there.
Yeah.
This section right there. That could 100% be her burst lip for sure. And then they said it was her right shin, right? Oh. Maybe they mean down here. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not doubting her, man. I've seen the video footage. Oh, no, wait, that's her left leg. So she's covering her right leg. So that must be the bruise in there. Right there? Very possibly. But yeah, everything. Yeah, I mean, Jesus. Right, back to here. Now, prosecutor beneath her dress. Okay, I'm going to go up here. Prosecutors might not show Freakoff's video to the jury until after lunch, citing some issues with screens. That's the same level of statement as when like a whistleblower suddenly gets food poisoning. You know what I'm saying? This may be a reference to computer screens in the courtroom or privacy screens that have been placed over the jurors' monitors. The prosecution will continue its questioning of Cassie Ventura. In the meantime, the jury is now walking back to the courtroom. All right. I'm telling you.
It's nice to hear what they report as far as facial expressions on the jurors.
Also, I wish there was a way that I could buy these people here. The live coverage contributors, we should all buy lunch for. Okay. I feel like they're doing a great job. Okay. And I feel like they all should have a delicious panini or something every day on us YouTubers who are just
following their lead,
who are reading out their work, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, big shout out to Anne Brannigan, Shania Jacobs, Jania Kingsbury, Samantal Cherry. All right. It says there's 6 of you. Where's the other 2? Where have you gone? There we are.
There's 9.
Carol Spartos, and then Avi Selk. Legends. Right. Okay. So
I mean, I think they got to, work really hard to provide updates as fast as possible. And they have to have 9 people to do that. That I give them a lot of credit. Well, the reporters that are in there, they're taking notes and live updating very quickly, considering all the details that are involved in this.
No, for sure. All right. So yeah, we're just waiting on some more updates. So side chat, I just want to say thank you all for being here. I'm doing my best with these update streams each day, and I hope you guys are enjoying them. We will be trying to look for further ways to expand on your viewer experience. I'm working on a couple of stages, which is what you're looking at now on the screen. This is what you call a stage. That will allow us to have the updates and a few other things on screen all at once, and then we can kind of zoom in on parts that are updating. And I hope more of you will choose to come and join us as time goes by and get your say. Thank you very much, Sky Spirit. Oh, Sky Spirit, I'm about in the financial situation to buy a frame for that painting of yours, or that print that I bought from your website. I'm very excited about it because I don't want like a shanky little frame for it. I want a proper bad boy frame. Let's just see. Paula had sent me Cassie celebrating his 48th birthday in Mexico. I do believe this is just a clip of Cassie and Diddy together. Put this here. Actually, wait a second, mate. This is Twitter. You better watch through this video first. There might be a nipple. There could be anything. Okay.
Essentially, he kissed her in that clip, and it was very, on Cassie's side, it looked very cold.
Oh, I mean,
it looked like she very quickly turned her head and just put her face on his shoulder.
Is this not when they were in a relationship, though? Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So. Okay. I'm going to play. I don't think there's anything here that I can get a stern text from Sean Atwood after the live stream ends, explaining why he's had to edit part of the live stream out because of some madness that I've played. So we should be okay to play this. Now I'm going to fire this. Now there might be copyright music, so I'm just going to pause the music. Okay, there we go. We can play a little bit of music. Ron, you rebel. All right. So I think this is them just arriving at this party or whatever. And again, if this is some sort of, oh, look how happy she is with the monster. Look how she was happy with him. She was happy with him. Like, I'm not being funny, right? But if you spend 5 minutes with a survivor of a narcissistic psychopath. I'm not saying that's what Diddy is, but if you do, you'll find out that every day is just
a roller coaster,
trying to stay alive and not push the person over the edge, because you already know what's coming that week. You know what I mean? And not poking the bear becomes part of self when you
protection.
Keep your self protection. What there's a smarter word for it. Self preservation. Nailed it.
Yes.
Preservation, baby. Sorry, Ron is on the coffee today. All right, we are on the coffee. Okay.
Yeah, it's a constant walking on eggshells when you're in that kind of dynamic, because you're living day to day to try to not upset the apple cart and to try to make prevent any outbursts or violence in order to have somewhat of a normal day, you know. And it's I thankfully have never had to live like that, but I know people who have, and it's just not a good situation. And you know, I know women who have seemingly put on a happy face, but behind closed doors, there was a whole nother situation happening. And, you know, this is part of what we're seeing with Cassie.
You know, I just want to play this bit of footage back, right? Right. What is going on in this man's head? Right. I also, hang on a second. Dun, dun, 1 second. Okay, so just watch the guy. We've got all these people sitting here, right? Apparently it's fedora night. Okay, everyone's got to bring their fedora. It's a fedora party. All right, we're fedoraing it up. And look, I mean, in this shot, this looks like a great time. You know, I mean, there's nothing edible on this table. I just want to point that out right now. None of this, all of this that looks like it's, you know, laid out as a nice spread. There's nothing edible here. Just look at Diddy. What is going on there, mate? Also, why is Diddy also kind of low key this guy? Like, I'm just saying, they've got the same shirt on and the same neck proportion. I'm just saying. I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying.
A very well orchestrated party.
And then we've got the fancy dining. You know?
There seems to be, you know, in looking at this and thinking about the white parties that he had, and, you know, where we've been hearing over and over the control and how he wanted everything in a certain way. This is just another way that we're seeing how he orchestrated everything, you know, even at parties, you know, whether it be at his house or on vacation, you know, he wanted things the way that he wanted them. And there was no going around that. You know, I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with that footage where he flips out in his office and he's like, you know, I forget his exact words, but he was like, whatever I want, I can get. And he throws something at the wall. I think it was a chair. And essentially, we've been seeing evidence of that being very real. Those words being very much validated through the evidence that we're seeing and footage that's been coming up. This was a man that had no grasp of reality, and there was it was his way or the highway, and he did not care who he rolled over to make sure that he had it his way.
Yeah, I agree. Now, people keep sending me links to Inner City Press, and I swear to God, I just found a live update thread, and now I can't find it. Oh, wait, is it this one? It's this one. Okay. I think this is it. 441. Yes. Okay. I don't know what Government. Were the UTIs painful? Ventura, very. Antibacterial didn't work anymore. How did it feel during the freak off? Burning. I would not advise it. Let's read this out loud. I have all these sores on my tongue. I have another UTI. Jesus. Okay, hang on a second. Okay, so there's the first part of it here. What sores? Friction in my mouth from what? Oral sex. Yes, you said another UTI. Then sad face emoji. This must be the text. I was open with him about them. So you feel sick. Why are you sorry? I took the blame for things. How would you recover from the freak-offs, Ventura? I take opiates. I wanted to feel numb. We'd get massages, IV fluid. The chef would cook us something. How often did you take opiates after the freak-offs? Often. I got urinary and tract infections. Did that happen at a restaurant? What was the security role? To intimidate. They were lining the room. Who was there? Uncle Polly, James Cruz. Johnson, what did you say there? Ventura, I've been told there was explicit video out there about me. I reached out to Sean. Then what? We were driving back from NYC from Atlantic City to talk to this DJ. Who? Kid. There's still some issues with the privacy. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Stacey, you just shaved a good 6 months off my life there. Oh, man. Okay, sorry, what were you saying?
Well, no, you mentioned the DJ and it said DJ Kid, and I was like, wait, Kid Cudi?
I don't know, possibly. Right. Gee, man, that was right. It's because of the coffee, man. Like, I'm on high alert. Do you know what I'm saying? There's still some issues with the privacy screens, so we'll put that off and do something else now. Judge, okay. Welcome back, Miss Ventura. Bring in the jury. Jury enters. I offer more exhibits. Judge has taken a break to change some things in the courtroom. And that was 36 minutes ago. That was 22 minutes ago. Right, let's move this over to here so we don't lose it and cut back here and refresh. Okay. Right. All right. Where are we? Here we are. Okay. So the courtroom is now looking at another text exchange between Cassie Ventura and Sean. During the conversation, Ventura and Atlantic said holding part because she was releasing music and her source of income was hosting club events. Ventura got word that someone had seen explicit video of her, and both she and Combs were alarmed. Ask what the room looked like. Girl, you need to get this info. Combs texted Ventura, then you got to tell him this is your life and this is serious. This is crazy. Do not let them out of your sight. What the F? Combs continued, referring to the individual who saw the video. Interesting.
You see, I knew he couldn't have been keeping those videos to himself.
Right? Getting a bit showy-offy. Getting a bit like...
maybe showing as trophies.
Yeah, of course.
You know?
But you've got to remember as well, like I said a while ago, that the argument for, if the cabal is real, if all of this is real, why would Ali Carter be allowed to run free? The things that she says she's seen. Why? Because she's a living trophy who has had such diabolical things done to her. No one's going to believe her, right? It's
Ron, you know what was crazy? Another thing that came up yesterday. Remember, I've mentioned about him controlling her health and whatnot, and what she does to her body. What came up yesterday was also that he forced her to get her womanly part upstairs pierced.
Okay,
I'm trying to be careful what I say.
Okay.
And she didn't like it. So when she told him, I want to take it out, she took it out, but then he forced her to get both of them pierced and then the downstairs part pierced. I mean, this is the level of sinister control this man had.
Okay. We've got SWN in the side chat saying, I agree. 50 Cent say he saw one of those videos of Cassie or something about Diddy tried to show him a video of her. Excuse me, I'm wheezy. I'm a wheezy boy today. I need to stop moaning. Do you have any votes in chat? To be a regular, yes. Stacey's awesome, man. Stacey's awesome. So you guys you're all awesome.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, your insight's been great. It really has. So, what's Sky Spirit saying? What is she saying, little rascal? Vote for Stacey. She's amazing. Yeah, 100%. And like all of this whole case, even the little dribs and drabs that are coming out today. Like you can just see how it's building. They're building and they're building and they're building.
I said it yesterday. You got to let them cook.
Yeah, you do.
You know, they're basically preparing the appetizer. We haven't gotten to the main course yet.
Yeah, I seriously hope this is the peppering. Like I really do. Yeah. I said it yesterday. American court cases are like a boxing match. You got to weather the storm for some days. Other days you're on the attack. But you're constantly building and you have a game plan. And whoa. Did he force Cassie to shave the entire side of her head? It was very unattractive. I believe he hates women. That's interesting because we heard about a group of people last week who went through trials, or I can't remember what the right freaking terminology is, rituals, right? And one of them was to shave the head in devotion to a Greek god. I can't remember what the hell her name was.
Medusa?
No, not Medusa. It was part of Levin's story, and I wonder if there's anything to do with that. Because to say that he hates women, I could probably see that too.
I thought about that yesterday when they were talking about the urinating. I in my mind, in listening to that, I'm like, this is a man who has no respect for women. No respect. And it stems from something from his childhood. And I know there's been, discussions about what he witnessed his mother doing when he was a kid. But there is something seriously wrong with someone when you physically attack and sexually abuse women like this repeatedly.
Yeah.
There's no respect. There's no boundaries. It's sickening.
I mean, here's the thing.
So I do agree. He must hate women.
Well, here's the thing, though, right? Could we not argue that we've heard the same stories with men? I mean, if we're just talking about directly who he's dating, publicly seems to be women, and he's not very nice to them, 100%. But from a twisted, evil overlord point of view, he seems like a very equal opportunist monster. I mean, we've heard.
I have a theory on that. Okay. So the second part of my thought when I thought about him hating women was he must have an anger about the suppressed preference that he has for men.
Okay.
And was just publicly displaying that he was with women for the sake of saving face and looking like the quote unquote bad boy that he presented himself to be.
Okay.
And I think, that is part of the picture that we're seeing is that he had all these foul things done to women and watched the episodes occur because it wasn't so much him being turned on by maybe what his girlfriend was being involved with, but I think he was more turned on about seeing the men.
Yeah, could be that. It could have just been all been a huge shield. 100%. 100%. Hang on a second. Has Sean's Twitter just gone down? Oh no, there it goes. It's back now. That was weird. Twitter just completely went offline, and has come back online with 666 viewers. Anybody want to read? Anybody want to read into that and give yourself nightmares? Anyone? Anyone? Anyone at all? And it's still at 666. All the other viewerships are going up, apart from Twitter, which is still at 666. Still at still at 666. Still at 666.
We gotta push it, and we need one more to get rid of that number.
Still at 600. Oh wow, okay, all right, universe. Listen, I'm too wired on coffee today to even remotely care. All right, come on, you have to do more than that. Right, so we've got this shielding of what could possibly be his true sex. What is it? It's
preference.
Thanking you. His true preference in a time where hip hop was not ready for this. They were not ready for gay male rap icons like Diddy, right? I just want to say, still at 666. And he was using this as a shield to protect himself and all the rest of it. I can totally see that too.
Bon, can I just say something?
Yeah.
I think also with regards to Diddy, I think I agree with the fact that he just wanted to show like people that he was into women, but I know I think when you got somebody as famous as him, and it was pointed out that he was a sex addict.
Yeah.
Somewhere I know I read that. So I think a lot of what shall I say? A lot of what I'm trying to say is that just bear with me a second.
Yep. Well, here.
It's like,
excuse me. You go.
Hello, Ron.
Yeah, on you go, Pam.
So sorry about that.
That's right.
I was just yeah. So basically, I think what he was trying to do, because there's been a lot of like information, obviously whether it's true, whether it's not, that he was into men. But I remember somebody actually pointing out that he was the kind of guy that he was able to get any woman, and I think when he got bored of women, he kind of turned to men. And I think he was more into men.
Listen, that is a sort of thing. That's the sort of thing women convince themselves of. Okay, there's no straight dude.
That's the same theory as George Michael, isn't
it? No. Sorry,
well, it is. Most theories are that George Michael just had so many women he got bored and went to men.
No.
I don't know how true that is.
No. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Wake up one morning and go,
no, I'm muting all of you crazy fools on Discord. As a heterosexual male, and I'm going to stand here and represent all heterosexual males, okay? If I'd gone through every single woman in the world, at that point, I am not turning around and going, maybe I'm going to go suck on a big fat Oh, yeah, more all over my face in that. No. All right, I'm bringing you back, Discord. No.
He basically.
Oh, it's Pam. No, go. Right.
Said, sorry.
And then you go, Pam. I'm listening.
And then he basically said, like, he had to go upstairs. I think he was recording something in downstairs, but he had to go upstairs, and he goes, everywhere where he looked, he realized it was just men doing what they were doing.
Yep.
He was like, okay. Then he realized what the other guy had told him, what he was referring to. So he never once mentioned, he just basically said there were just men everywhere.
Yeah.
Just wherever they were just doing it.
I'll be honest.
Yeah.
He's either a bi man or a gay man using shields, or his sexuality, right, is separate from what he gets off on. So he's getting off. He's getting. Wait.
Sorry.
So what he's probably getting off on is the power, right? And you'll probably see that we could argue, and I'm not saying anyone's wrong here. This is just my 2 cents. We could argue that it got to a point where there was more men than women, but it could be argued that that was more of a control thing. It was more of a dominant thing. It may also have been a humiliation thing. It may also be, if we were to look into this from opposite's point of view, doing a bunch of horrible stuff to a bunch of men would give you the opposite of that back, which would be a bunch of lovely stuff from women. It's a weird concept of, say, when we talk to Zara, and, you know, I choose to believe Zara's, her story, her testimony, her eyewitness account of what these monsters do in these tunnels. And I honestly think we are lucky enough to only be assessing this from a normal person's brain. And we'll probably not fully understand the dynamics of someone's mind like Diddy's when it comes to how we assess sexual desires, our what the hell was the word? Not orientation. Preference. Thank you. Our preference. But then also we've got fantasies, and then we've got deep-rooted fantasies, and we've all got them, right? But when we have it magnified in them, the mindset of a multi-millionaire, narcissistic, alleged psychopath, power is all that he's interested in. He's got all the money. Everything now is a tactical move for power. Okay? You have to understand. Money is not the objective for this man. Power is the objective for this man. When you
add to that.
Yes, add to it.
The thing that we hear a lot from celebrities is that it gets to a certain point, they have so much at their fingertips that they become bored. You know, some of them get into addictions with drugs and alcohol. And we can see that the other possibility of addictions is this kind of addiction that we see with Diddy, you know, with the freak offs. You know, it's like they get gratification from so much and have so much in their lives. They could buy anything they want, go anywhere they want.
Yeah.
And at some point they get bored of that, where it's like, well, how much money am I going to spend? How many boats am I going to buy? How many cars am I going to have? Like, this is not enough. I need something else. You know, so I think part of, you know, to add to what you're saying is that this could have been something that he did where it was like, you know, I'm bored of everything else that I could have. This is just, you know, something else that can give me gratification because, you know, I needed to come up with something more exciting in my life. You know,
there's that too. There's the pushing to relive that high of the first experience. That is totally arguable as well. But I think this is a lot deeper. I think we're forgetting about the tunnels. We're forgetting about a lot of the stories about young individuals and truly horrific lore that ties not only in with Diddy's past, but Diddy's upbringing. And it's really mad because Zara is an incredible woman. And, you know, she won't even refer to Diddy as Diddy because she feels like that was the name, one of the names that was given to him through this horrible cabal, right? And she's an incredible lady, and she's gone through absolutely horrific, sadistic acts. And when you listen to her, and it's the first time that I'd considered the making of Diddy, you know, and it doesn't take away from anything, just so you know. It's not like, oh, let's all justify this because of his upbringing. That's not what I'm saying. But for me, I have to know everything so that I can draw conclusions.
You can understand the root.
Yeah, for me, 100%. Because surely then we're looking at a blueprint for disaster, you know, ritualistic, sadistic abuse of children that then grow up into abusive, sadistic millionaires with power and connections to multi-billion pound dollar businesses. That freaking vodka company value is bonkers. Bonkers.
I know. He had that at every party. And by the way, those parties were sponsored by Ciroc.
Mm-hmm.
So, very little probably came out of Diddy's pocket to host those massive parties. But to add to the tunnel conversation, I wonder, the feds went to his houses, and one of those houses, the California one, I believe it is within walking distance from Hugh Hefner's mansion. And supposedly there is a tunnel that connects Diddy's mansion to Hugh Hefner's mansion underground. So that being said, did the feds find that tunnel? Did they go through it? Are we going to see evidence of what may have been found underground?
Stacey, am I not right in saying that those suspicious fires burnt up his house?
Oh, I know.
So
don't get me started on that.
So then, Stacey, technically, if that was a crime scene and it's been burnt to the ground, it's no longer a crime scene. So now that land will have been sold. So they're obviously thinking we're so stupid that we're thinking
that we won't catch on.
Like the tunnels caught fire too, then, right? Like I'm assuming that the house burnt down and then it spread into the tunnels and just burnt up the tunnels, and now there's no tunnels left because the fire closed the tunnels. Is that what we have to believe? Because it seems to me like, and I'm not saying anything, but fire just blew. The wind was sponsored by Diddy. Okay. When that fire started, because
the timing of it is just uncanny.
No joke at all. Oh yeah, and the animals, yes. I'm very sorry for all the animals, yes too. But it's going to be interesting. And I tell you something else. Total side quest. When we talk about the 15-minute cities, apparently this is how they're going to do it. They're just going to burn everyone into the cities and then control it all. Anyway, we've got an update. Cassie Ventura was also asked about the health issues she had as a result of the frequent freak offs. Ventura said she had a lot of stomach issues because of the constant substance use. She would also have frequent urinary tract infections, sometimes back to back, and sometimes participated in freak offs while infected. I got to the point, Ventura said, when Cipro, a common antibiotic treatment for UTIs, would no longer work for her. She would also have stinging and uncomfortable sores on her tongue as a result of the freak offs and the friction in her mouth, and substance use. Emotionally, she felt empty after these day-long events, she said. Like, that sores in the mouth part, I mean, that is...
vile.
That's
humiliating.
And wild.
No wonder why the woman was, in hiding to recover from these things. I mean, who would want to go out in public with, bruises and sores in the mouth and everything?
Right.
Like, like I said before, it's like a live-in prison. She had a life, but she couldn't live it. She was trapped in this, in this lifestyle. She, one minute she thought she was getting into a monogamous relationship with him and that he was going to help her have a successful career. And over time, he normalized this lifestyle, to say the least. And she became a sex slave, and there was no music career.
Right. But I mean, the daunting thing as well, keep in mind, 10 albums. Like, she must have sat there some nights thinking to herself, okay, so if I can separate the man from the contractual obligations, right? And you try and get away from him as a boyfriend, you've still got, 20 years of commitment to this contract? I mean, obviously, she's young. She's going to be panicking. She's going to be spiraling. And I just think the pressure cooker in her brain must have been unreal. The sense of humiliation, the sense of worthlessness. And then there's the fear of who's going to believe her.
Mm-hmm.
I think Stacey hits on a good point, though. The fact that the likelihood is he never expected those 10 albums to become fruition, did he?
No. Absolutely.
They just used it as leverage.
A way to lure her.
Obviously, that's what it's looking like to me from this.
Yeah, because there'll be a stipulation that says she can be relieved from her contract at any time. You know what I'm saying? So she can't decide to leave.
There should be, shouldn't there? There's meant to be in there.
But they can decide, you know, no more albums for you. Beat it.
Right.
I just think it'll be...
Yeah.
During her testimony yesterday, she mentioned that what was the manager's name? He's going to be actually on the witness stand. I forget his name right now, if anyone in the chat remembers, but one of the label's managers, when she would talk to him about, you know, the music she was producing and like, hey, when are we going to release this?
Yeah.
You know, he would tell her like, well, I can't tell you because I am managing this with one hand behind my back, insinuating that really, even though he was managing and making sure she was producing music, he was not in control or had any ability to help her release the music. It was all Diddy's control. Yeah. And, you know, it was like dangling a carrot in front of her face. Like, go ahead, keep recording in the studio, pretend like you're going to have a career, but I'm never going to release it because if I release it, you're going to become successful and you're not going to need me anymore. And this was a way for her to need Diddy.
100%. And also, how crazy a feeling to watch someone spend what would be tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars producing these albums, studio time, all of this kind of thing that would amount to do nothing with it. You know, it's a flex and a control tactic that I would imagine would send you into a spiral. Now, Cassie Ventura told the court that she and Sean Combs would occasionally go to sex clubs as part of the swinger lifestyle Combs wanted to have. The swinger lifestyle that Combs wanted to have. She said an escort called Jules would sometimes go with them, and at Combs' request, have sex with her. Ventura testified that she disliked the sex clubs, but considered Jules a friend and a safe place, and preferred to have sex with him than with strangers. I was just uncomfortable, she told the court. I'm not into the person. I'm in love with being with someone else. I'm not into the person. I'm in love with being with someone else. I'm not into the person I'm in love with being with someone else. That's not my thing. Okay. So I guess what she's trying to say there is she's not really into the swinging side of things. Fair enough. Jen, I've no idea. Possibly, who knows? Light connection about Mr. Davis. Yeah, it's interesting how many people that are higher up in this.
Yeah, I wonder if, you know, he's almost untouchable.
Yep.
But I would be surprised if his name doesn't come up in court. Because, you know, he gave Diddy $50 million.
Yep.
And, you know, he had to have known, at least to some extent, the things that were going on.
Oh, he's got ounces of plausible.
The question you want to ask, isn't it, is why? If someone's been given $50 million, you ask why?
Well, it was to start Bad Boy, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry? Yeah. It was what?
It was to start Bad Boy.
To start Bad Boy.
Oh, the record company.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of money to set up a record company, though, isn't it?
Well,
they had very close ties. So,
well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't cost 50 million quid to set up a record company.
Yeah, but
I know for a fact.
That's. I mean, it's a good chunk of money, right? It's a good chunk of money.
It's a very big chunk of money, isn't
it? Especially when we're talking a quarter of a century ago. You know.
Yeah.
It's serious cash, and you know,
and you wonder what Diddy did with that money, because you know there have been repeated complaints about him not paying people.
Yeah, I can tell you what
and
he did with
keeping a large share of the profits. So it's like, you know, okay, you were given this money. What did you do with it? Because he found a way to make other people pay for things repeatedly. You know, I mean, between, like I mentioned before, the white parties being sponsored by Ciroc, you know, and there were repeated offenses of him not paying people their fair share to help produce music, including, Little Rod with the production of the Love album. So there's this repeated pattern, and it's no wonder that the man has all the money that he has, because he basically robbed people of what they were owed.
Oh, sorry, my mic was muted. And 1 second.
It's occasion juju. Yeah, you're right. There is speculations about Diddy and Clive Davis being lovers. That has been long speculated.
1 second, everyone. Hang on.
Did Ron break another chair?
No. No, Ron's just replying. Ron's just replying to something, man. Saying. All right. So sorry about that, everybody. Now let me just check for some updates. 2 minutes ago, prosecutors asked me to free goes before she was okay. Anything else, Ventura? Okay, yeah. Prosecutors asked Cassie Ventura if she ever left the free cost before she was finished. It was finished. She said she had sometimes tried to when it was a bad time or when she became scared of Sean Combs' behavior. She said she would be typically find a back exit at the hotel and leave through an alley, but Combs would call her and look for her after she left, Ventura said. She testified that the only time she actually left the premises during a freak-off was on March 2016 in the Intercontinental in Los Angeles, the same incident which Combs was seen on security footage chasing down and beating her in the hallway. Every other time, she said she ended back in the room where the freak-off was at. Okay, so she tried to leave. Well, hang on a second.
Yeah.
She said she had
Not
sometimes
surprising.
tried to leave she tried to leave. And she would typically
He would basically chase her and drag her back in.
Yeah, but if you've tried to leave, then you can't leave through an alley. Okay, unless what she means is she's left, but then been escorted back, or he's called her and brought her back in, which I think is what she means here.
I reckon I know how that conversation went as well. How about this? Actually, the conversation went, you ain't leaving. You owe me $5 million. Do you know what I mean? I bet it's something like that, scumbag. I bet that's how the conversation went.
And I'm sure half the time it wasn't always Diddy that was chasing her. It was probably his security, which, again, this goes into the whole RICO part of the case where, he had other people assisting him in doing the things that he's done and gotten away with, including essentially entrapping her into these freak-offs.
Yeah. Yeah, well, of course. But it's normalized as well. You got to remember, this is her first relationship.
Yeah, that's the sad part, is this is the first adult relationship she had, right? And what an experience she had for her first, adult relationship. I mean, that's just...
Yeah, I mean, plus as well.
Yeah, I mean, if that's your first relationship, who needs marriage in it?
Right? And keep in the back of your mind as well, she'll have heard all the stories, right? Like, she'll have heard all the stories about Hollywood and weirdos. Just remember, they're all weirdos out there. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. She'll have had that pre-underlining, knowledge, and she'll have, I imagine at the start, written it off as well. This is just what these people are into. And then it will have just progressed and progressed and progressed.
Probably,
as
yeah.
it did.
I can really see that happening. She'd have been told, and she'd have just gone, nah, it's just sour grapes and stuff like that. Because you get that sort of stuff going around anybody that's that's an alpha in any situation.
We have to remember she met Diddy when she was 19.
Yep.
They didn't start a relationship until about 2 years later. And so he had 2 years to basically gain her trust.
Yeah.
And then when he got into a relationship with her, they kept it secret for quite some time because he was concerned about his family's reaction and so forth. And
his male lovers finding out.
It was also Kim Porter.
Yep.
Because he was still publicly out and about with Kim Porter while he was first starting to date Cassie. And so you could see the naivety that she had regarding, getting involved with him and then it being kept secret for so long. And he had that time to groom her and to normalize things that she had no idea about before him.
Yep.
And it was like, a whole process.
Just what you're saying there, Stacey. Just even up to that point, the grooming in the process. That's before you factor in that's our manager. That's who's paying our rent. That's who controls our healthcare. There's so much extra
she trusted
layers
him because of that.
Of course.
She thought he had her best interests, and that's why he was taking care of her.
Oh, well, listen, we've got another update here. Cassie Ventura testified about an incident at her LA home in August 2013 when Sean Combs allegedly became livid that she had been sleeping on the couch. She said her friends tried to block Combs from beating her, but he hurled her against the bed frame. She said, leaving her with a wound in her eyebrow where she still has a scar. Ventura took a photo of the injury and said, because I didn't want him to forget what he did because it's awful. And at very least, I just wanted him to be sorry about it. Ventura had been packing to travel to a music festival when Combs exploded. She said she went to the event with her hair styled over the gash in her eyebrow. That's heavy.
It's sick.
Well, it's all about steps. So.
No.
Oh, we've got another one. Asked if she was ever injured during the freak off, Cassie Ventura replied that Sean Combs would often grab me up, push me down, hit me in the side of the head, kick me, you name it. Sometimes the pair was alone during these attacks, she said. Sometimes she knew the escort had overheard the assault because they would ask her afterwards if she was okay. One time, she said the escort, known as Jules, witnessed Combs attacking her directly. These assaults would happen too frequently, Ventura said. A lot. Yeah, that is scary, man. It really, really is. And
I think the reason why we saw Cassie file a civil lawsuit about a year and a half ago is because she had enough people around her finally getting through to her the reality of what she survived and endured all those years and helped her get away from him. I think it took a long time for her to get enough support and protection from him.
Yeah.
And I think that's why she got into a relationship very shortly after she left, is she wanted another man to be around to protect her.
Yeah. I would agree with that.
Probably didn't have a very good relationship with her father growing up then.
Just getting your analysis in there. My good man.
Well, it's just,
Ron.
Yeah.
Trying to educate people, that's all.
Yeah, Pam, when you go.
But it's like Diddy, he just didn't have any there was no compassion. Whatever he did, he just did it he never felt bad for doing anything. And it's like, even when obviously Cassie must have been really, really scared because he would threaten her. So when she did actually leave, it is known that he had threatened, because I think she started to see that kid Cuddy, and he basically threatened to actually have his car blown up, and it did actually happen in front of his house. So I'll be surprised that even if they don't have him, maybe just testify to say this is the kind of man that he was. Do you know what I mean? But so you can understand why Cassie knew, like whatever she did, she had to do it at a certain time. She knew that she couldn't just get up and go. And she had to be ready in order to do so. But yeah, I mean, the man's scary because he would threaten a lot of people. And, it's well known that even like one time he even, I think he punched Drake. It was quite well known that he did that because of a certain reason he wasn't happy and he did that. And that's actually well known that so he just really, one thing that I just don't understand is the fact that he didn't have any compassion. Like, did he even love any of these women?
No.
You know, it's like, even when he was,
that wasn't love.
Yeah. But that's what I mean. It's like he would most probably explain that to maybe Cassie because she most probably was very much in love with him. She'd most probably think this is how it is to be in love because she didn't know otherwise. I think he was always, obviously at the beginning, he must have been really nice to her, but then it did suddenly change quite quickly. And it's also known that he also, abused another girl that he was cheating with while he was with Cassie.
Okay.
And she did an interview and she said that that's what he used to do. It was this whole, he really messed with their heads, and these women actually loved the guy.
Yeah.
So I think that's another thing about it, because people like it's easy for anybody to say, yeah, but you can't, you shouldn't take that from anyone and you should leave the moment that it starts. But
of course.
we don't know what things that he's been feeling there. You know how emotionally manipulating some of the things could have been that he was, and even then when he'd hit them, it's like there was also I think another clip that is actually well known as well, where she's got I think it's like she's wrapped in a blanket or something, and he's like
he's on screen.
Yeah, and he's and he's cooking her, and then he's saying, all right then, get up, or he says something as if it's the norm, like, okay, it's done now, let's carry on with whatever we're doing. So that's how crazy that man was. And that poor girl, this isn't just the only thing that happened to her. She's like everybody says, she's had 10 years of this. Do you know what I mean? And I bet it took her such a long time to think, to
prepare herself to leave, safely.
Just so everyone knows, it's not illegal to hire an escort. Okay, so hiring and paying an escort, there's no crime there. There's
a difference between escorts and
P words.
The P word.
Yeah, 100%. Because you're just buying time, right? This is the loophole. Black.
Escorts are just for company. The P word is strictly transactional with S
for the rumpy pumpy. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So there's no crime there in the but they were hired. No, that's not the issue. So.
Well, the issue is that they were all over the country and even outside of the country.
Yeah.
And that's where that whole transportation piece comes in.
Correct.
Is that some of these people were flown to different locations where they were at, so that's that part. And that's why they asked her yesterday on the stand, where did this take place? And she named, all the different locations. That was the whole point of it, is to show that these people were getting transported.
Yeah, it's true. And like I say, people can be transported without realizing they're being transported. Not in all cases, obviously, because you could argue that if these S workers are being flown from place to place to place to place, that's not non-consensual. So if they're part of the trafficking side of things, they're definitely in the demographic of people that may not have realized that they were involved in what they were involved in. It's once the crimes start being committed that things get very, very different for a lot of these people.
The ones we've heard testimony of, the thing that I, red flagged was the repeated statement of once they realized just what they were involved in and what Diddy was doing to Cassie, they had to walk away. They tried to tell her to get away from him, but they realized that there was no helping her, or at least they didn't have the ability to help her. So they exited the situation.
Yeah. And when we talk about workers and escorts and things like this, there is a Diddy for every budget. I mean, I've heard stories, read stories from people that do this as a profession. And, there's the wish.com versions of Diddy and there's the multimillionaire versions of Diddy. These twisted antics are very much not as uncommon as you think. It's just the level of being able to execute the level of horrors as far as R-wording, underage, blackmail, coercion, being intoxicated without your knowledge, all these things. It's just on a massive scale when it comes to Diddy.
Or being intoxicated with your knowledge to, in an effort to force compliance.
Yep. Force.
Because Cassie said that, she took what she took before these sessions based off of what was Diddy's preference at the time.
Okay, we've got another update here.
Go ahead.
Cassie Ventura said she felt trapped on a commercial flight home from Cannes Film Festival 1 year as Sean Combs played videos of her having sex at her freak off sessions and threatened to release them. I didn't want to feel scared anymore, she said. He could put these videos out and ruin everything and embarrass me. After their flight landed, she said she and Combs had dinner in New York and immediately proceeded to another freak off. What? So that is just him toying with her. Absolutely toying with her. And again, knowing the feeling that he will have given her of worry, of distress, that's what he's getting off on. Her trapped on a flight.
That's psychopathic.
Yeah.
That's psychopathic. Not that I'm qualified to diagnose, but that's psychopathic behavior.
It's a something. Right. Somebody had just said something about something being live. Let me just check here. Where was it?
Ticket TV.
Ticket TV.
Yeah, there's surprisingly a decent amount of YouTubers that are at the courthouse that are in the overflow room that they have there. So it's interesting to see, the amount of people who have been following this and who are able to witness this in the courtroom. There's even, you remember Johnny Depp's lawyer, what was her name?
Another one you mean, that she was on fire, wasn't she?
Yeah, she's in the overflow room at the courthouse watching this trial as well.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder what her interest is in this then.
I think there's a lot of interest as far as the legalities, and how this is all going to play out, and she obviously saw, from the Johnny Depp case, a toxic relationship to say the least, but one where, there was a legal battle over power, control, abuse, and so forth. And at the end of the day, Johnny Depp won the case, but, this is bringing some similarities to the case that she defended. And I think that's why she's there. She's like 80 something years old, I believe.
Yeah.
So
are there any other lawyers there?
Oh yeah. The press have lawyers there. Cassie's lawyer is there.
Yep.
But I mean, other lawyers just independently in the.
I'm not sure, but that is one that was talked about by another YouTuber that's in the overflow room. He was sitting right next to her.
It could be more than her then.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
I
I just thought she was the only independent one there, and I was thinking, oh yeah, what's she doing there?
No, she was sitting next to another lawyer.
You don't normally get lawyers in the public gallery.
Yeah.
Trust me, I've been in courtrooms to know that.
Well, a lot of them are probably too busy working to be there.
Well, yeah, exactly. Whatever the reasons, I've never seen another solicitor in the public gallery. So
yeah, she may have retired. She may have retired after that Johnny Depp case, and that's why she's got the time to be there.
Yeah, maybe.
You know,
it's just interesting that she's there. So.
Hang on, I think I've got some more updates here. Okay, so we're coming up for lunch, I do believe. Jurors can take lunch now. What is this one? I don't know which order this goes in. Hang on. 13, 10. Okay, so we go up and then down. Okay. How did you get back to New York on a commercial flight? I traded my seat to get away, but he then traded to get next to me. What did he show you? Freak off videos. He played them for me. One on his laptop. He said he'd release them. How did you feel? Trapped. When you landed in New York, what did you do? We went out for dinner. Then he wanted to have a freak off. So we had a freak off. Why did you do it? To make him not threaten me. Let's read. And I'm not being funny. Going to a freak off is the billionaire version of the traditional sextortion method of you will make more content for me, or I will release the content. I'm going to show
this to everybody.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Let's read these from June 30th, 2013. Shad had been violent with you before this. Yes. Had you told him before you didn't want to do freak offs? Yes. You said you needed GHB? Yes. And that two escorts not available. I wrote only Paul available or Jake the white guy, but he can't do it until 11. The other guy can do earlier. It's just one more person knowing our secret. What did you mean? The freak offs. What is SLS, a hotel in Hollywood? When would you take Valium before a freak off? When I had anxiety, Sean's driver was bringing me the Valium. It was Raheen, I think. Now, I wonder if that driver is the same driver who the young lady spoke of in the Soft White Underbelly interview. Jurors, you can take lunch now. Jurors leave. Miss Slovak, are there still disagreements on the exhibits? Yes, the defense wants the exhibit to be longer, and about this, they wanted to cut it off at looking at my iPad. Okay, well, I mean, I guess we're going into lunch now, right? Let's have a look. Nothing announced here, but I imagine we must be getting close to lunch. They'll all be hungry. It's been a wild day so far. Now we've got about 15 or 20 minutes left of the show. Sean is live straight after me, looking into Prince Andrew, Virginia, a whole bunch of other things with Charlie Robinson. He is exposing the elites. Do not miss out on that. It's going to be an absolute banger. I am going to be jumping into my emails and just booking and confirming some of the guests for the evening shows for this week, and very excited about that. We will, of course, be continuing our coverage, and we're nowhere near finished today. Like I say, we've still got 15 or 20 minutes, and then we'll be back on. I'll be back on tomorrow. And I'm very much appreciate all of the help that I've been getting from the Discord community. I really do appreciate that. And will hopefully not be demonetized, because apparently I've got a freaking curse on me. And it's a demonetization fest that I'm having right now.
Because you keep wasting all your money on chairs, mate.
Yep. Of course. Right. So prosecutors showed the jury A text Cassie Ventura once sent Sean Combs on Father's Day. Can't wait until we have a baby of our own, she said. Ventura has previously said she loved Combs considerably, despite his abuse during their 11-year relationship. Combs has 6 children with various women, none of them Ventura. Ventura has 2 children with her husband, Alex Fiennes, and she is visibly pregnant with a third as she testifies against Combs. The court is on lunch break. Jury is set to return for more testimony from Cassie Ventura at 1:15. Damn.
Thank goodness she didn't have a child with him.
Right.
That would have been even worse. So she would have never been able to leave.
Yeah. Listen, I'm going to have to quickly run upstairs. I need to just quickly go and get some of this coffee out of me. I'll be 2 minutes. So I'm going to leave you. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands. I'm going to also put it on the Courthouse Live. You got something you can all stare at a rotating door rather than text on a screen. All right, I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Well, I mean, look, I have a course built myself to recognize body language and linguistics of controlling people and narcissists and dangerous people. But how else can we educate women other than people like Cassie standing up in court? How else can we get the message across that certain behaviour is not normal?
You know,
I mean, I don't think they do. Go into schools and teach them, and you know what I mean. It's I just don't think there's enough to be being done to drive a. Yeah, it's all right putting people in prison for doing it, but how are we going to stop that behaviour? That's the thing.
I think it first
how
starts.
Make a dent in it, at least.
I think it first starts with adults recognizing things in order to teach the youth, right? And I think over the years we've seen, that start to happen where, I know for me and my ex-husband have both spoken with our sons about certain things to be on the lookout for and be careful of and be mindful of. We haven't sugarcoated anything with them, but in an appropriate way have talked to them about certain things so they know that not everybody is innocent and has your best interest in mind.
No, that was going to be my point. Sorry to interrupt there, but I was just saying I do believe that it has to start young. Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah. My issue is, well, if you've got abusive parents, they're not going to listen to you and do what you suggest to bring their kids up because they're abusive parents. So
right.
If we can get the message through to youngsters at schools and stuff, give the schools funding to teach this sort of stuff, and have people go in and teach these body language and have people teach them know this stuff.
Or
something they can look out for as well.
Or
for other people.
Or Krav Maga.
Yeah, and that.
Yeah, and Krav Maga. Yeah, okay.
And that.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Statement analysis, body language analysis, Krav Maga. What else can we throw
in? It made. Yeah, you're sweet.
What else can we? Oh, and some of that Darren Brown stuff. Throw some of that in too.
Wouldn't that be cool?
Yeah, we'll have a whole bunch
of not the walking on glass stuff and putting paper bag in it. The other stuff.
Could you imagine these 15-year-old Krav Maga expert Darren Brown mind-altering defended kids? Yeah, good luck PDFs. PDF tries to abduct the kid, and before the PDF knows that the PDFs for some reason went in and robbed a bank and handed it all over to the kids. You've been Darren Brown, bosh. It's true, man. I went to a Darren Brown show. I would never ever go back to a Darren Brown show. The man's a freaking warlock. And nah.
He's brilliant.
No, it took me about a week to recover from the show. I don't know what he done, but I lost about.
Did he actually hypnotize you?
No, well, listen, all I can say is we were watching the show and then something happened where either he's lying or I lost 3 minutes of my life and I was completely mentally disassociated for about a week. It was really odd.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. No, some people do that and can get that after being hypnotized.
Dude, listen.
Yeah, I forget what they call it, but yeah, I didn't know that until just recently.
I was very Yeah, I'll never go back. Never go back. But
wow,
it was so odd. It was so odd, man.
Did he do one of his like crowd ones then?
Well, what had happened? Well, basically, I'll send you the link to the actual performance that he did. But what it comes down to is I can't remember. I'll get it over to you though, right? So basically, what had happened was we were led to believe that somebody was holding in a box on a chain in their hand, which was sealed in the box, magically moved from that box to another box being held by a member of the public, and it was locked.
Yeah, I know the one you mean.
And he does it all in like 1 second, right? And then he plays you back a bit of video footage where you see him sort of skipping around on stage, jumping about.
And you
right?
see them come on stage and move it.
All I'm saying is, can he prove
that you were one of that lot that fell for it?
Can he prove in a court of law that he didn't touch me? That's all I'm asking. Can he prove it? Can he prove it?
I'm convinced.
Because all I'm saying is, I don't know. That seems like an awful lot of power in one man's hand. There's a lot of responsibility that comes with hypnotizing a room full of people into such a state that you can skip around the room, move a ball from one box to another, and we're all none the wiser. Like that is more worrying than 1,000 bottles of baby oil. Also, I just want to say, I'm in no way saying that Darren Brown is a monster of any kind. I'm just saying I was shook. I'm a paying customer. I'm allowed to give feedback. This is my feedback. But it was wild. It was wild, man. It was wild. And
because I have heard of that effect, but never spoke to anybody that suffered with that.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something. All of the hypnotize, all the parts where he was asking the crowd, do this, and if this happens, like he tells you to put your hands together, and then he's saying like, you won't be able to separate your hands, and all this. None of that worked. Dan, right? Dan's hands wouldn't come apart, and she had to go down to the stage and actually
brilliant,
get her hands sorted out. Of course, I mean she's something else, but not for me. But I was raging after this, man. I was like,
did she go up on stage on live then? Or?
No, not live, because everybody whose hands were stuck went down, and then he picked one person, and she didn't get picked. So,
right, yeah. He picks the most suggestible person.
Yeah. So, I mean, it was great, but no, I did not say that Darren Brown was at a Diddy party. I did not say that at all. I'm just coming
halfway through.
I'm just trying to. No, it's Sky Spirit busting my chops.
Right.
She's just busting my chops. But
I was going to ask if you were being selected to be an S worker.
Right. No, unless you've got a fetish for dudes breaking chairs. If that's your fetish, I'm your guy. Like 100%. Like if you want to buy the chairs and all you're doing is sitting watching me break them, there's some money to be made here. All right, I'm just saying. Okay.
Get an OnlyFans account.
Yeah, right.
There you go.
The most niche market account ever. Do you know what I mean?
Apparently, you could do anything on that and make money.
No, we're not. We're not going down that road. This is an adult conversation. Right. So no, but
we'll see when you can't pay your gas bill.
Right, right, okay.
Right. I mean, I think most women have considered the idea, especially in today's economy. My feet aren't that bad. Maybe I'll make an OnlyFans account for the foot fetish people in the world.
Get the gas bills paid. But listen, I'm not being funny. It's not just the women that have considered that. All right, I'm just saying. Okay, I'm just saying. But so we're getting towards the end of the show. I like to sort of wind down the show with a bit of lightheartedness. Have a bit of a laugh for the last 5-10 minutes, because this subject is dark. This whole case is, in my humble opinion, it's the closest thing to an Epstein Man on the Island Part 2. We know of 190 names that the jurors have been handed.
Wow.
What does that mean for the future of this case? They say it's going to take 8 weeks. How many witnesses are we going to see called off that 190 people? Because I'll tell you something, going into this, talking about 3 witnesses, go to now to what could potentially be 193 witnesses. It's a much different court case than we originally thought.
10% of them actually get called.
Yeah, 100%.
Hey, Ron.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
You know what would be interesting is if they take the list of witnesses for Diddy's case and compare it to the Epstein list.
Correct. Yeah.
And
I
bet you're going to see a lot of repeated names on both.
Well, here's the thing. They're the one, the only difference, right, is the Epstein list was created in-house by Epstein, effectively. It's a compilation of all of his flight logs and accounts and all of this. Whereas in the Diddy case, it's the people that have access to all the evidence that are writing the list. So it depends who's writing the list. Stacey, ask Ron about the tiny window.
I was just looking at that.
What do you mean? How do you know about tiny window? How do you know about
what is a tiny window?
I'm not telling you. It's a very personal thing. Okay, me and that window.
Now I'm curious.
No,
you can't give me
listen.
the info.
Ron, listen, Ron, the tiny window and me had we bonded. Me and that window bonded. Okay, and did you bond through for 3 days? Bodily parts going through the window. How dare you? How dare you? Tiny window, you do not disgrace the memory of tiny window with such slurs. How dare you? No, I had 3 days and 2 nights with that little window, and it was freaking awesome. Freaking tiny window and tiny house, man. It's freaking great times.
Was this tiny window in a jail cell?
Wait, your top tiny window you showed us. Wait a minute. Wait. No,
there wasn't a tiny corner.
Wait. Your top
in a tiny corner, was there?
Your top tiny window you showed us. What are you talking about? Was this a fireball night? Was this a fireball night? Wait, something just came flashing back to me there. Wait a minute. Was this hang on. That's not do we want to talk about this more? I don't think we want to talk about this more. Tiny window. What tiny? No, I'm not telling you about what tiny window are you talking about? I'm not telling you.
Obviously, there's multiple tiny windows in your history.
No. If my tiny window is watching this, there is no other tiny windows. You went up a ladder. How do you know this? 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 Who's told you this? How do you know this? I'm not showing you this.
Eyes everywhere, Ron.
No, I'm not having this. This is some Diddy level madness here. We see it all.
It's leakage.
You showed us. How can I show you? How can I show you? How? What are you talking about? How can I show you? I need to know answers. I need to know answers right now. I need to know what I've done, right? And how have I what? No, KLG, I need more. What?
Have you done a remote viewing session or anything with them?
What is going on? Oh, we've seen Dan's videos. Yeah, that makes more sense.
Not to me.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Dan definitely documented me and Tiny Window. So yeah. So basically,
I still want to know what happened with this tiny window.
Nah, that's
come on, this ain't reality.
I'm not going to let this go.
Yeah, listen, man. Listen. What goes on between a man and his tiny window stays between the man and the tiny window. Okay, I'm just saying. I can't believe.
I'm not sure I even want to know now.
You know what?
I have zero memory.
Keep the memory to yourself, mate.
I have zero memory of talking about this at all. Zero memory. KLG, as this is like being at Darren Brown. KLG is reminding me of parts of my life I have no memory of sharing. But Dan showing the videos, that makes sense. Take him off screen, please. Yep, I will.
Yeah, that makes me want to punch my screen.
All right, well let's end with something a little less soul destroying. Hang on.
And it's an expensive laptop. I don't want to do it. I'd like to punch him in the face personally. Much rather that.
Yeah, there we go. We'll end it with some.
Why don't you show a picture of a tiny window?
No, listen.
No, here we go.
There's only one tiny window.
We're going to dine out on this for months now.
Where's Dan when you need her? Ron did a tiny window. Oh, no, wait.
Come on.
No, I know what tiny window you're talking about. You're talking about the tiny window that I climbed through, right? Because I'm not talking about that tiny window, and you almost found out secrets about me because I didn't remember that first tiny window. You're talking about when I was climbing through the window. Yeah, that was funny. That was
hang on
funny.
a minute. Now you have to clarify because you're talking about climbing through tiny windows.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Mr. Ramsey might be
okay.
speaking.
Okay.
We need an explanation for this.
Yeah. So I just want to say we've got less than 5 minutes of the show. Okay, we're all going to end on a smile. That's why we're watching the corgi. All right, just to make it clear. Just so you know. So yeah, the story with Ron in the tiny window, okay, is basically that Ron went through okay, so it's not really Ron's fault. My front door, okay, if you leave the keys in it and you close the door, you're now locked out the house. Even if you have a set of keys, the door will not open. Dumbass invention, okay? Dumbass invention. So I went through this weird phase of like getting up in the morning and having on barely enough clothes and going and putting some trash in the trash can and locking myself out of the house and having to go to my neighbor down the street and get a large ladder to climb up into the house through the tiny window in the side of the house I would leave unlatched or unlatched in a way that I could get access to the house because I kept locking myself out the house. But the problem is, I'm quite a husky gentleman, right? And this is quite a narrow window. And I've got a fear of heights. And I also have, sensitive male organs. Now, going through this window, I put my head through and I realized that right where my foot's going to go down is the top of the stairs. So if I screw up the way I enter the window, I'm going down that staircase. That's what's happening. So I think to myself, right, if I can get a foot through and then my head through, gravity will just take care of the rest, right? As long as I've got a leg in and my head through.
Wait, hold on. Which part of you went in first? Was it the leg or the head?
The leg first. Was it the leg? Yeah, I think it was the leg first, right? Then the head, right? And, oh yeah, also as well, the ladder about slipped at one point, and all you hear is Dan at the bottom of the ladder pissing herself laughing, right? There was no consideration for me and my close to death encounter, all right?
I would have laughed too.
Oh, the neighbors were laughing. Okay, you've got to understand as well. I think I'm wearing a ridiculous pair of shorts as well. Like none of it was good, right? So I get one leg in, and I get my head in, and then I just go right. Because I've got one foot on the ground, I can pivot on that leg now away from the top of the stairs. So I'm like, right, here we go. So I go in, my body goes through, and the other leg is just trapped, right? So here's me, one leg, body, everything's through, but I'm now stuck, right? I've got one leg out the window, one leg on the ground. I can't move. I can't move my leg. So I now have to just sort of throw myself forward to drag the rest of my leg in. And Dan's just got this footage of my foot like shaking, with my little foot sticking out the window shaking. And yeah, that was the tiny window story KLG was talking about, not the forbidden bond story between me and another tiny window that will remain.
That you're gonna have to give that up.
Nice try. I'll give you that. You get the channel. You get the channel to 1 million subscribers, and I will gift upon thee the bond, the connection.
The other tiny window.
That was honestly me and tiny window, man. Oh God, I miss that tiny window. It's freaking awesome. Like, why are there so many big windows? Why do we need big windows? Tiny window, bosh, amazing.
Unreal.
Oh, listen.
I would have videoed it as it was happening.
Oh, Dan's got multiple pieces of evidence of the tiny window. She really does. I'll message Dan. Make sure you send her the end of this video because she will. Poor Dan is not well right now. It's a secret till the next fireball night. Yeah. All right. That's a possibly a good analogy as well. Now let me just check if our wonderful Mr. Atwood is live. No. Okay. Well, we shall just wait.
Someone said you wear booty shorts that say "bad girl" on the butt.
So.
Was that what you were wearing while this happened?
Listen, if I was wearing a pair of shorts that said "bad girl" on the booty, for a start, the story of how it all came about would be hilarious. The story, the story of that, how that came about, would be hilarious, and I would own that harder than anyone would ever expect a man to own him being caught in a pair of shorts like that. I would weaponize that real quick against whoever thought they could weaponize it against me. It was like when I had this one time years ago where there was like, what would you ever do? I had like over 100,000 subscribers at this point. And they're like, what would you do if anyone ever threatened to release, images of you in a predicament, like your sassy images? And I'd be like, I'd beat them to the punch, baby. Right? Do you know what I'm saying? I'd go and like just release my own sassy calendar and just remove their ability to weaponize that against me. Would it be embarrassing? Yes. Of course it would. You can't leave that in the hands of the enemy. Sean is on now. No, thank you, Clarissa. Thank you.
It's funnier when you admit your own crazy stories.
Oh, of course, yeah. Of course. Listen, we've all got a juicy tracksuit, okay? A veneer pair of hot pant pink juicy tracksuit shorts. Don't be telling me you've not got those booty shorts. No, I'm kidding. But listen, big shout out to Booty Shorts. Big shout out to Tiny Window. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And thank you, Mods. Thank you, Sean. Thank you to the panel. Thank you to Pam, Stacey, Uber, to Paula, and to everyone else who's involved. Thank you so much for coming each day. I'll see you all tomorrow, and take care. Peace out, my G.